Is it possible to outlive the very concept of death? The Byzantines thought so, laughing in the face of extinction as empires crumbled like sandcastles beneath the tide. While the world outside their golden gates burned and collapsed under the weight of its own hubris, they danced in the shadows, weaving a tapestry of survival with threads of cunning, treachery, and an audacity that would make modern thrill-seekers blush. What kind of magic kept them standing when the rest fell like autumn leaves? How did a civilization, draped in silk and intrigue, outsmart the relentless march of time? Forget the melodramatic tales of valiant knights and heroic quests. This is the savage reality of survival in a world where betrayal is the currency and history is written in blood. The Byzantines were not merely survivors, they were survival artists, like Picasso with a sword and a penchant for plotting. Behind their towering walls, they concocted schemes that would make Machiavelli weep with envy. The court was a pit of vipers, each noble plotting to put another's head on a platter. It was a game of chess where the pawns were poisoned and the kings had eyes in the back of their heads. That's how they thrived, by playing the game like it was a deadly tango, each step choreographed to perfection. You think your office politics are ruthless? Try navigating the treacherous waters of the Byzantine court where whispers carried the weight of daggers and loyalty was as fickle as the wind. Imagine a place where a single misstep could lead to execution, exile, or worse, being stuck in a debate with an overly enthusiastic historian. The stakes? Life or oblivion. And let's talk about enemies. The Byzantines had plenty: Persians, Vikings, Crusaders, even the encroaching Ottomans, yet they stood firm, not with armies alone, but with wits sharper than any blade. They mastered the art of negotiation, turning foes into allies with a flick of the wrist and a well-timed compliment. They wielded diplomacy like a rapier, cutting down opposition as swiftly as they'd slice a loaf of bread. But here's the kicker: they didn't just outlive their enemies, they outwitted them. They thrived in an era where the idea of forever was as laughable as a jester juggling flaming torches. The secret? A cocktail of resilience, reinvention, and a dark humor that would make even the Grim Reaper chuckle. They turned their downfall into a theatrical performance, where every tragedy birthed a new act, each defeat a setup for a comeback that would make any sports movie look like child's play. So, are you ready to step behind the gilded curtain, to witness the rise and fall of an empire that refused to die? This isn't just history, it's a living, breathing enigma, an electrifying saga of survival, cunning, and a dash of Byzantine absurdity that will grip you until the very last word. Welcome to a world where every whisper is a warning, every shadow a secret, and every moment is a battle for existence. The Byzantines didn't just outlive everyone, they made eternity their playground. Buckle up, the ride is just beginning. A shrill cry slices through the thick, humid air, echoing off the rugged cliffs of the Bosporus. The sun hangs low, a molten orb bleeding its fiery hues into the restless waters below, where fishermen and traders alike wrestle with the day's spoils. But on this day, the cries of a child are drowned by the tremors of an uncertain future. I remember the taste of fear, bitter and metallic, as I stood, heart hammering, on the precipice of what would become a city, my city. The air hummed with something electric, something tense. Shadows danced, flickering in the waning light, ominous and foreboding. In the midst of this chaos stands a young woman named Elia, her hands trembling as she clutches a fraying piece of cloth, its colors as faded as her dreams. She had come from the shores of Miletus, driven by whispers of gold and glory. But now, all around her, the air is thick with desperation. What have we done? Her voice trembles, a mere echo of the fierce ambition that once propelled her forward. She looks out across the shimmering expanse of water, each wave a reminder of the unknown, of choices made and paths chosen. And then there's Lysander, a man whose dreams have been forged in the fires of ambition but tempered by the weight of his past. He stands nearby, eyes fixed on the horizon, the setting sun casting a golden glow around him, but inside, he feels the chill of uncertainty. He remembers the laughter of his brother, now silenced forever, taken by the ruthless tides of fate. This city will be our legacy, he murmurs to himself, but the words taste like ash. The city, Byzantium, as they would name it, beckons with promise, yet he fears what it may demand in return. The tensions rise like the swelling tides, each heartbeat a countdown. The city is alive, breathing, pulsating, filled with the hopes and fears of those who dare to carve their mark upon its shores. The Greeks, with their dreams of expansion, are about to collide with the relentless might of the Romans, who perceive this burgeoning colony as a mere outpost in their vast empire. Each faction, each heart, is a thread woven into a tapestry of conflict, a tapestry that threatens to unravel at any moment. Aelia's gaze meets Lysander's, a shared understanding flickering between them. They are bound by ambition, by dreams that glimmer like stars in the endless night. "Are we fools, Lysander?" she whispers, the words hanging in the air like smoke. "To build this place, knowing what waits beyond our walls?" The question lingers, heavy and suffocating. How do you forge a future when the shadows of the past loom so large? He wants to reassure her, to say that they will conquer the darkness together, but the truth is gnawing at him, a relentless hunger that threatens to consume every fiber of his being. The Romans are not gentle, they do not come with roses but with swords and shields, and each whispered word of friendliness is laced with the threat of conquest. He remembers the stories of old, of cities that crumbled beneath the weight of ambition, and he wonders if they, too, are destined for such a fate. As the sun dips beneath the horizon, the city begins to come alive in a different way. Torches flicker to life, casting long shadows that twist and coil like serpents. The marketplace is a cacophony of voices, of laughter mixed with desperation, of dreams being traded like currency. Aelia watches as a merchant extols the virtues of his wares, his voice rising above the din, but inside, her heart sinks. What is a city built on false promises? What are dreams worth if they are but sand slipping through their fingers? The night is a canvas splattered with the vibrant colors of life and death, laughter and tears entwined in a waltz as old as time itself. The stars shimmer above, indifferent to the struggles below, each one a distant promise, a reminder of the vastness beyond their petty squabbles and fragile dreams. Aelia feels the weight of the cosmos pressing down on her. Is there anything more than this relentless push and pull, this yearning for something greater? In the darkness, shadows gather, Roman soldiers, their armor gleaming like the teeth of a predator. They move with purpose, their eyes cold and calculating. They've come to stake their claim, to remind these dreamers that power is not given, it is taken, often with blood and sacrifice. Lysander feels it in his bones, the bone-deep dread that churns within him. "We must prepare," he whispers to Aelia, urgency coursing through his veins. "We cannot let them break us." But Aelia's heart is heavy with doubt. What if we fail? A question laced with desperation, a plea for reassurance. What if all of this, our dreams, our hopes, are foolish? The shadows seem to grow taller, creeping closer, their breath cold against her skin. The phantoms of their dreams whisper doubts in her ear, threatening to unravel everything she believes in. And then, like a bolt of lightning, the realization hits her: this city, this Byzantium, is a reflection of their very souls, fragile yet fiercely beautiful, steeped in history, a battleground for the dreams of those who dared to believe. With trembling hands, she meets Lysander's gaze, igniting a spark of defiance between them. "Then let us fight," she breathes, the words spilling forth like a prayer, a vow. "Let us become legends." The clash of metal rings out in the distance, a harbinger of the storm to come. The city, once a dream, is awakening, shaking off the silent dread of the night. They are not alone in their struggle, they are part of something greater, an endless cycle of ambition, hope, and fear that binds them all. And I remember, oh, how I remember, the night when everything changed, when dreams collided with reality, when Byzantium became more than just a name on a map. The shadows deepened, and the city writhed like a living organism, hungry for its future. It was here, in this moment of crisis, that destinies would be forged, hearts would be broken, and the echoes of history would resonate through the ages. With each heartbeat, the future draws nearer, a relentless tide that cannot be stopped. The clock ticks ever onward, and the night stretches before them, dark and full of promise. The stage is set. The players are in motion. And with one breath, they step into the abyss, ready to carve their names into the annals of time. The air hung heavy with the metallic scent of blood, mingling with the stench of sweat and fear. A soldier's scream sliced through the chaos, piercing the cacophony of clanging swords, and desperate cries echoed in the narrow streets of Byzantium. I stood there, heart pounding, as I watched a man, my brother, Alexios, wrestling with a shadow of uncertainty, his grip tight around the hilt of his sword. The flames of nearby houses flickered, illuminating the grim faces of men who had once shared laughter under the sun, now transformed into figures of despair. I remember the day we played by the shores, Alexios shouted, voice hoarse, desperation clawing at the edges of his resolve. The tides were our only enemies then, not these treacherous souls seeking to tear us apart. His words hung in the air like smoke, curling into shapes of lost childhood, trembling with the weight of what was to come. I wanted to scream back, to tell him that the tides were still enemies, that they threatened to drown us in a flood of our own making. But the truth was a ghost that haunted me, lurking behind every battle cry and eerie silence. I was Anna, the sister, caught in the riptide of my own fears, my heart racing in time with the chaos around me. I could feel the whispers of fate curling around my ankles, pulling me deeper into this storm. Stand firm! For our home! The captain's voice boomed, but it felt hollow, like a promise made in the dark. The city was alive, pulsing, and dying all at once, caught between the promise of a new dawn and the horrors of a night that refused to relent. My eyes darted to the shadows, where the figures of men I once knew were now masked in rage, ready to spill blood for power, for glory, or perhaps for nothing at all. It was then that I saw him through the haze, a figure cloaked not in armor but in ambition. The very air around him seemed to crackle with an unseen energy. Constantine! Every heartbeat that echoed in my ears whispered his name, a promise and a threat wrapped in one. What drove him? Was it the thrill of power, the heavy crown that would soon rest upon his brow, or a desperate longing to create something eternal amidst the ruins of our world? I could not tell, and the uncertainty gnawed at my insides, twisting like a dagger. Anna! Alexios' voice pulled me back, and I turned to him just as a shadow loomed behind him, a soldier of fortune, armor dented, eyes wild with madness. The clash of steel rang, a melody of death that resonated in the marrow of my bones. Time slowed, stretched like a taut string ready to snap. I was frozen, both spectator and participant in this twisted play. Step away! I cried, but the words were a whisper swallowed by a tempest. The soldier lunged, and I saw the flicker of a knife, a glint of fate weaving its cruel tapestry. In that moment, I was not just a sister, I was the witness to a tragedy that would echo through the annals of history, the founding of a city that would be both cradle and grave. The blade found its mark, and Alexios fell, a gasp escaping his lips, a sound that would haunt me eternally. I rushed to him, heart tearing as I cradled his head in my trembling hands. The warmth of his blood seeped through my fingers, a terrible reminder of our mortality, of the fragility of dreams. I remember, his voice was barely a whisper now, the light fading from his eyes like the last flicker of a candle in an encroaching darkness. A new Rome, Anna. We will build it, together. Together! The word echoed in the cavern of my heart, a promise now laced with the bitter tang of loss. The world around us dissolved in a haze, the chaos of war slipping into the background as I stared into my brother's eyes, those brave, defiant eyes that still held the remnants of our childhood, of a future we had dreamed of, now shattering like glass. I could not allow his sacrifice to be in vain. I pressed my forehead against his, feeling the warmth drain from his body, an unbearable weight settling upon my chest. We will build it, I vowed, even as the fabric of reality frayed around me. I will make it a place where dreams take flight, where the shadows cannot touch us. As his breath faltered, I felt something awaken inside me, a raw, unyielding determination igniting a fire beneath my skin. The streets were drenched in chaos, but in that moment, I felt a clarity that cut through the storm, a revelation that the city of Byzantium was not merely stone and mortar. It was a tapestry of lives woven with threads of hope and despair, love and betrayal. It was a heartbeat, and it was mine. I rose, the ghost of my brother's smile urging me forward. The shadows of the city loomed large, but I would face them, my heart now a relentless drum echoing the cries of those who had fallen, those who had dreamed. The clash of metal rang in the distance, and I plunged back into the fray, my resolve as sharp as the blade I now wielded. Every swing was a prayer, every step a tribute to the lives lost in this dark theater of war. The ghost of my brother urged me on, a guiding light in the suffocating darkness, weaving my fate into the fabric of this new Rome. The night deepened, but I would not falter. I would carve a path through the shadows, and I would honor the dream of a city that stood not just on the bones of the fallen but on the hopes of those who dared to dream. The battle was far from over, and somewhere in the distance, I felt the pulse of a city awakening, the promise of a new dawn shimmering on the horizon, waiting for me to grasp it, to make it my own, even as I carried the weight of the past. The city was alive, a throbbing heart of chaos and fear. The air quaked with tension, filled with the stench of smoke and the distant cries of the wounded. I remember standing there, on the cusp of a world crumbling like ancient marble beneath a blistering sun. The walls loomed high above me, heavy with history, and yet, they felt like a shroud, suffocating me in their weight. The Eastern Roman Empire was no longer just a collection of grand ideas and epic battles, it was a wounded beast, bleeding out in the streets. And then came the sound, a thunderous clash, swords meeting with an intensity that echoed through the ages, rattling the bones of every soul present. I could feel the vibrations in my chest, the fear thrumming through the very essence of my being. The shadows danced, flickering like restless ghosts, as if the past itself was urging us to remember, to witness the fall, the inevitable unraveling. I caught a glimpse of Marcus, a soldier haunted by the specters of the fallen. His eyes were wild, full of fire yet dimmed by an unshakable sorrow. He fought with a desperation that belied his stature, a brutal beauty in every swing of his sword. I saw him, sweat slicked on his brow, and I could hear his ragged breaths, a symphony of struggle and vulnerability. Each step he took toward the enemy was a reminder of the family he had left behind, the echoes of laughter stilled by war. He was not just fighting for territory, he was fighting for the memory of a life that had slipped through his fingers like sand. And then there was Eleni, her spirit a tempest that clashed against the stillness of impending doom. She moved like a whisper through the chaos, her resolve unyielding even as the world around her threatened to collapse. I remember her voice, fierce yet tender, rallying the women in the marketplace as they gathered supplies, their hands shaking but determined. "We will not be forgotten," she screamed, the words slicing through the fear like a knife through flesh. The horizon was darkening, but her light shone bright, illuminating the hearts of those who dared to hope. But hope was a fragile thing, a mere shadow in a city where despair lingered like a persistent fog. I watched as Eleni's hands trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of responsibility, the suffocating grasp of expectation. She was carrying the weight of generations on her back, even as the shadows threatened to engulf her. The voices of her ancestors whispered in her ears, reminding her of the sacrifices made, the blood spilled for the very ground she stood upon. "This is for you," she murmured, and I could see the ghosts of the past swirling around her, igniting a fire that flickered dangerously close to extinguishing. In the distance, the clanging of bells rang out, a mournful sound that caught in my throat. Time was slipping away, ticking down like a cruel jest, the cosmos itself mocking our plight. I felt the weight of history pressing against me, each moment thick with significance. The Eastern Roman Empire was not merely a political entity, it was a reflection of the human spirit, a tapestry woven with threads of triumph and tragedy, love and loss. The conflict was not just of armies, it was a war of identities, a struggle against the specters of oppression and the hope for a brighter dawn. I remember the taste of ash on my tongue, the remnants of burning parchment and ambition. The city pulsed with despair, and yet, beneath it all, there was an undercurrent of resilience that could not be snuffed out. The people were their own history, each face a story etched in the annals of time. I felt their heartbeat against my own, a chaotic rhythm of longing and fear. Were we not all fighting for something greater? For the echoes of laughter? For the dreams of the children yet to be born? As the battle raged on, Marcus fell to his knees, the weight of his sword becoming too much to bear. I saw the moment when despair crossed his face, a flash of vulnerability that cut deeper than any blade. He was not merely a soldier, he was a son, a brother, a man wrestling with the reality of loss. "What is the price of loyalty?" he whispered, and I felt the tears welling in my own eyes, the raw emotion clawing at my throat. Eleni rushed to his side, the fire in her heart battling the cold grip of fate. "We will rise," she breathed fiercely, gripping his arm as if she could pull him from the abyss. "We will not be shadows. We are the light." Her words hung in the air, a fragile promise amidst the chaos, but I could see the doubt flickering in her eyes. She, too, was terrified of the darkness that loomed ahead. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the battlefield, a cruel reminder of what once was. I could see the city's walls glimmering like the teeth of a great beast, ready to swallow the remnants of all that had been built. The significance of the Eastern Roman Empire wasn't merely in its conquests or its grandeur, it lay in the hearts of those who fought, who loved, who lost. It was a living entity, a canvas splattered with the vibrant and the grotesque, each stroke telling a story, each moment a reminder of our shared humanity. And then came the silence, a stillness that fell over the battlefield like a heavy shroud. It was a pause, a breath held in the chaos before the storm. I could feel it, the weight of anticipation pressing against my chest, squeezing tight. Would it be hope or despair that broke the stillness? As I stood there, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy, I realized we were all caught in a loop, history repeating, echoing through the corridors of time. The ghosts of the Eastern Roman Empire would not rest, not until their stories were told, not until the world remembered the sacrifices made in the name of resilience, love, and unyielding hope. The city may falter, the soldiers may fall, but the spirit would rise anew, like the dawn that always follows the darkest night. And in that moment, I felt it, a flicker of belief, a pulse of energy as if the past was telling us we could still write the future. I looked into the eyes of Marcus and Eleni, and amidst the chaos, I saw a reflection of something greater than ourselves. The significance of the Eastern Roman Empire was not merely in its legacy, but in the unbreakable bond of those who dared to stand, together, against the darkness. Darkness draped over the Roman Empire like an unwanted cloak, heavy with the weight of uncertainty. In the flickering torchlight, shadows danced along the stone walls, whispering secrets of betrayal and ambition. The air was thick, charged with the bitter scent of sweat and iron, a city on the brink. I stood there, my heart pounding, caught in the eye of a storm that had already begun to rage. In the depths of my mind, I could hear the echoes of 1,000 souls crying out for change, for salvation, and for fear's icy grip to relinquish its hold. Constantine stood in the center of it all, a figure of striking intensity, his gaze penetrating. He was a man torn between the legacy he inherited and the legacy he yearned to forge. The weight of a dying empire rested on his shoulders, and the voices of his past and future collided within him, a cacophony of desperation and hope. I remember, he whispered to himself, a mantra that flickered in and out like the flame of the torches around him. I remember the faces of those who fell, the blood that stained these very streets. His eyes glimmered with a fervor that bordered on madness. He could feel the pulse of history quickening under his feet, as if the very stones of Rome were alive, begging him to make a choice. And yet, there was a chill. A spectre named Maxentius loomed in the shadows, his ambitions as vast as the empire itself. He was no mere rival, he was a ghost of what Constantine feared he could become, a tyrant, a ruler shackled by the very power he sought to wield. Maxentius's laughter echoed in Constantine's mind, a sinister melody that twisted the knife of doubt deeper into his heart. "You'll never escape the past, brother. It haunts you." As the two men moved toward their fateful confrontation, an inevitable clash of wills, Constantine felt the weight of his mother's faith pressing down on him. Helena, a beacon of strength, had clasped his hands in fervent prayer, beseeching him to embrace a new light, a faith that shone brighter than the sun. "In this darkness, you must find your truth, my son," she had said, her voice trembling yet resolute. But what did truth look like? In a world where gods fought over the souls of men, where the flickering flame of hope could be extinguished with a single breath, he questioned his own heart. Could he conquer a city, a kingdom, a legacy if he couldn't even conquer the shadows swirling within him? The Colosseum loomed ahead, a monstrous reminder of the bloodshed that had painted its stones red. The cries of the innocent and the wicked reverberated in his ears, a haunting symphony of despair. Here, under the gaze of the gods, men had fought and died for nothing more than a fleeting moment of glory. His fists clenched at his sides. This was not the legacy he wanted to leave behind. Then there was Faustus, his once loyal friend, now a shattered reflection of the man he had once known. Faustus had come to symbolize everything that was wrong in this world, the treachery that lurked behind every smile, the ambition that burned brighter than the sun yet left ashes in its wake. You think you can change a world built on blood? Faustus had hissed, his eyes wild with despair. You're a fool, Constantine. The gods have already decided your fate. But what if he had the power to rewrite that fate? What if he could transform this realm, this broken tapestry of existence stitched together by despair, into something beautiful? This thought ignited something within him, a fire that demanded action, that called him to greatness, even as doubt gnawed at his insides like a relentless beast. I will not be a shadow, he murmured, finding the courage to face the tempest brewing within him. I will be the light. The day of reckoning came swiftly, like a thief in the night. The clash of armor, the cries of soldiers, the clash of ideals, it all melded into a single moment that stretched into eternity. As he faced Maxentius on the battlefield, the world around him faded. It was just them, two men caught in the crossfire of destiny. Maxentius's laughter rang out, a cruel symphony. You think you're a god? No, Constantine shouted back, the fury of 1,000 storms raging within him. But I will become one. As swords clashed and blood splattered upon the ground, time itself seemed to hold its breath. Each heartbeat echoed the stakes of this pivotal moment, the future of an empire balanced on the blade of a sword. The air crackled with tension, wrapping around them like a shroud. In that moment, clarity washed over him. He was fighting not just for power but for a vision, a transformation that could breathe new life into a decaying empire. He remembered the dreams of the sleeping, the hopes of the broken. They surged through him like a wave, pushing him forward, urging him to rise above the chaos. And as his sword pierced through the fog of despair, as Maxentius fell, a chilling silence enveloped the battlefield. The cries faded, the dust settled, and in that eerie calm, Constantine knew he had crossed a threshold. He had become something more than a mere man, he was a harbinger of change. Yet shadows lingered, echoing in the corners of his mind. Victory tasted bittersweet, like ashes on his tongue. He had triumphed, but what legacy would he create? Would he be a savior or a tyrant? The cosmic scales of history weighed heavy upon him, and in that silence, he felt the weight of 1,000 souls watching, waiting. But the battle was only the beginning. The true war lay ahead, one of faith, unity, and the relentless march of time. In the aftermath of bloodshed, as he stood amidst the echoes of the fallen, he realized the path to transformation would be fraught with trials. The darkness was not vanquished, it simmered, waiting. With every heartbeat, every breath, the future beckoned, and the legacy of Constantine the Great loomed large, a tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair, forever bound to the shadows of his soul. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a new dawn awaited, and the cosmos sighed, caught in the fragile balance between what was and what could be. I remember the weight of that moment, the cries of 1,000 souls merging into a single voice, echoing through time. I remember the taste of victory, sweet yet haunting. And I remember the shadows that lingered, whispering promises of a legacy that was just beginning to unfold. The air crackled with an unspoken dread, thick as the smog of 1,000 extinguished hopes. In the heart of Constantinople, the golden domes that once glimmered with promise now loomed like harbingers of doom. I remember the moment vividly, a shadow fell across the city, stretching long and dark, a portent of the tempest that was to come. A lone soldier, armor tarnished and face hollow with the weight of unrelenting war, stepped into the twilight, his eyes spoke of battles lost, dreams shattered. He was a mere reflection of his emperor, Theodosius I, a titan now racked with uncertainty, the fate of an empire teetering on the precipice. Is this what it has come to? Theodosius muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, a confession to the shadows. The empire was a living tapestry, yet it frayed in his hands, threads slipping away into the void. He stood alone, haunted by echoes of a once mighty Rome, heartache pooling in his chest like a storm-tossed sea. His mind spun with visions of his people, their faces twisted in desperation, rival factions clawing at the remnants of a crumbling unity. They looked to me for strength, he thought, but every heartbeat seemed to mock him, a countdown to inevitable collapse. Across the city, in a dimly lit tavern alive with drunken laughter, a woman named Flavia sat nursing a tankard, eyes flickering with rebellion. She had long since abandoned the notion of safety, a ghost of a girl who once believed in the glory of Rome. Her father, a general, had been swallowed by the insatiable maw of conflict, like so many others. Flavia had learned to embrace chaos, to dance on the edge of destruction. Let them laugh, she thought bitterly, while I plot our revenge. Yet even as she drank, the weight of her father's death pressed on her, a bittersweet reminder that the past never truly dies. We are all ghosts, she mused, haunting the husks of our own ambitions. And then there was Maximus, a soldier torn between loyalty and morality, caught in a tempest of conflicting desires. He had fought valiantly for Theodosius but felt the undercurrents of power shifting beneath his feet, felt the cold grip of betrayal creeping into the cracks of his once steadfast heart. We are nothing but pawns, he whispered to himself, staring into the abyss of his own reflection in a cracked mirror. But what if I refuse to be a pawn? The blood of comrades stained his hands, and every life he had taken echoed in his thoughts, a chorus of sorrow that haunted his dreams. As twilight deepened, Flavia stepped into the streets, where shadows danced like specters among the ruins. She moved with purpose, driven by a fire ignited by loss. If the empire crumbles, I will carve my own destiny, she vowed silently, each footfall a declaration of war against the suffocating silence surrounding her. The whispers of dissent echoed from alleyways, conspiracies blooming like wildflowers in the cracks of the cobblestones. She could feel it, the pulse of rebellion thrumming just beneath the surface, an electric charge that urged her onward. Meanwhile, Theodosius was pacing in the throne room, a captive to the weight of his crown. The walls felt like they were closing in, adorned with the faces of emperors long gone, their eyes accusing him, demanding answers he did not possess. Am I to be the architect of our ruin, he thought, the question twisting like a dagger in his chest. The very air trembled as news of the Visigoths' advances reached his ears, swift and merciless. Every heartbeat drummed the impending doom into his consciousness. He had to make a choice, and each option felt like a betrayal. Maximus strode into the fading light of the throne room, the tension palpable as he stood before Theodosius, a storm of conflicting emotions raging within him. Your Majesty, he started, the words barely forming as doubt coursed through him. They are rallying. The people are restless. They need a leader, not a ghost. His eyes burned with fierce conviction, but beneath it lay the jagged edges of fear. What will you do? Theodosius turned, face pale and drawn, the remnants of power flickering like a dying flame. Do you think I do not know? He snapped, desperation creeping into his voice. Every day, I wake to the knowledge that I am failing them. The weight of his own vulnerability hung between them, thick as smoke. The walls echoed with unspoken truths, the air heavy with the scent of sweat and ambition gone sour. Flavia's heart raced as she slipped into the shadows just outside the room. She could hear their voices, the emperor's despair, the soldier's loyalty. What if I could be the spark that ignites the fire, she thought, heart pounding with possibility. The empire was unraveling, but it was hers to shape, to take back from the gods of war. She was tired of being a mere bystander in her own life. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and she stepped into the light, unafraid, defiant. Your Majesty, she cried, voice ringing with the fervor of the ages. Theodosius turned, surprise mingling with recognition. I am here to unite the people, to stand against the tide of despair. Together, we can forge a new path. Maximus's eyes widened, the gravity of her proclamation like a thunderclap in the stillness. And at what cost? He interjected, the flicker of doubt cascading over him. Rallying the people can lead to an uprising, not unity. Flavia's gaze met Theodosius's, a fire igniting in the depths of her soul. What are we without hope? She demanded, each word steeped in the blood of her father's sacrifice. What are we without the courage to fight for our future? In that moment, the air thickened with possibility, the three of them bound by a shared desperation, by the looming darkness that threatened to engulf their world. I will not let fear define us, Theodosius breathed, the remnants of his fading strength igniting anew beneath the weight of their shared resolve. With the city around them poised on the brink of chaos, they stood together, a fractured but fierce trinity, each carrying the burdens of their past while daring to dream of what lay ahead. The laughter of the tavern echoed in their ears like a fading memory, the shadows of history murmuring their secrets. The empire was fractured, but within that fracture pulsed a heartbeat, a chance for rebirth, a whisper of hope that would not easily fade. Time hung suspended, a clock ticking toward an uncertain future, a moment pregnant with possibility. And in the heart of Constantinople, the dawn of a new era began to stir, its breath hot against the chill of the coming night, a promise that would echo through the ages. There was no turning back, each heartbeat, each breath a declaration that the story was far from over. The night was a canvas painted in blood-red hues as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city of Constantinople. The air, thick with the scent of smoke and fear, crackled with tension. From the ramparts, the distant thud of drums echoed, a heartbeat of war reverberating through the stone walls. I stood there, heart racing, knees trembling, as a chill swept through the battlements, whispering secrets of impending doom. The clamor of soldiers echoed in the distance, the clash of swords a symphony of chaos, yet there I was, lost in the moment, in the darkness, in the unfolding struggle that defined my life. I remember Theo, a towering figure with eyes that burned like unquenchable flames. He was my brother, yet the weight of our shared history felt heavy, like a shroud over my conscience. He had always found valor in the call of battle, his laughter ringing out like a bell even in the darkest moments. But tonight, that laugh was replaced by the grim silence of determination. I could see the glint of his sword, ready to carve through flesh and bone, yet in his eyes was a storm, a mix of fear, hope, and a longing for something more meaningful than glory. "Keep your wits about you, Marcus," he shouted, his voice a clarion call against the encroaching darkness. I flinched at the urgency in his tone, the desperation woven through his words like a thread pulling us both toward the abyss. But I was no warrior. I was a scholar, a dreamer lost in the pages of dusty tomes, while he was forged from the fires of 1,000 battles. I felt the weight of my own inadequacy like a boulder pressing down on my chest. The clang of metal against metal erupted nearby, a savage dance of death. The enemy, a tide of shadows surging forward, their faces obscured by helmets, embodied the very essence of fear. I could see the silhouettes, their movements fluid, driven by a singular purpose, to break our walls, to shatter our existence. My heart raced, pumping adrenaline through my veins, but I stood paralyzed. What use was a mind filled with knowledge when the reality of war demanded instinct and ferocity? "Marcus!" Theo bellowed again, his voice slicing through the haze of my thoughts. "Do not let fear consume you. You must stand your ground. Fight for your family, for your home." But how could I fight? My thoughts danced around me like phantoms, teasing me with visions of a life beyond this war, a life of love, laughter, and peace. Yet the specter of conflict loomed, laughing at my dreams. I remember the sound of boots thudding against cobblestones, synchronized with the pounding of my heart. I could feel the earth tremble beneath me, a reminder that this was not merely a clash of swords, it was a battle for survival, for the very soul of our city. I glanced at the distant horizon, where the last light of day faded into the obsidian void, and I felt a cold dread settle in my gut. The night was hungry, and we were its prey. And then there was Helena, a fierce warrior with a heart of gold wrapped in a skin of steel. I saw her, charging forward, her hair flowing like a burning banner in the wind, a symbol of resilience against the tide of despair. She moved with grace, a lethal dance that drew the eyes of enemies and allies alike. But under the surface, I sensed her turmoil. I caught glimpses of her haunted past, the faces of those she had lost, the weight of vengeance etched into her soul. "Marcus," she cried, her voice laced with urgency, "do not falter. We fight for the future." But what future could be formed from the ashes of the past? The clash erupted around us, a cacophony of screams and shouts, of blood and betrayal. An arrow whistled past, grazing my cheek, a reminder that death was no longer a distant concept, it was here, lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim its prize. I ducked low, heart pounding like a war drum. I was a mere observer in this symphony of chaos, a mind grasping at threads of knowledge, searching for a strategy, a way to turn the tide. But strategy felt like a ghost now, slipping through my fingers. I thought of the formations, the teachings of generals long dead, of innovations that turned the tide of battles before, heavy cavalry charging into the fray, archers raining death from above, but all of it felt futile against the reality before me. The shadows of my companions danced like wraiths, flickering in and out of existence, and I wondered how many more would fall this night. The chaos swirled, and I could feel the pulse of the city around me, its walls alive with the breath of history, a reminder of those who had fought and bled to protect this land. The weight of their legacy bore down on me, and in that moment, something shifted within. I grasped the hilt of a sword, feeling its cold steel, and for a fleeting second, I thought of the power it promised. Could I embrace the chaos? Could I channel the fear into something tangible, something that would protect those I loved? Together? Theo shouted, rallying the remnants of our company. He was a beacon of hope, a lighthouse in the storm, pulling us from the brink. I glanced at Helena, who met my gaze with fierce determination. In that moment, I felt the fire ignite within me, a spark that refused to be extinguished. I wasn't just a scholar or a coward, I was part of something far greater than myself, a thread in the tapestry of a storied past, a future yet unwritten. The drums of war thudded louder, drowning out my thoughts. Our enemies surged forward, and I took a step into the fray, adrenaline coursing through my veins, fear twisting into resolve. The clash of swords created a haunting melody, the symphony of survival. Each swing of my blade felt like a heartbeat, echoing against the walls of our existence. And as we fought, the shadows of our pasts intertwined, a tapestry woven from blood and memory. I could hear their whispers, urging us on, reminding us that we were not alone in this darkness. The battlefield became a cauldron, boiling with emotion, driven by the hope of a dawn that would break through the night. But the battle was far from over, and the grim reality of war loomed like a specter, waiting for the moment to strike. And in that moment, as the cries echoed, as the steel clanged, it became clear, the rise of the Byzantine military was not just a story of strategy and innovation, it was a story etched in the hearts of those who dared to fight, to dream, to hope. The night was still young, and the shadows whispered of more to come. The cathedral loomed above us, its golden dome shimmering with a deceptive beauty, the very air thick with incense and unspoken prayers. I could almost hear the whispered secrets of the thousands who had knelt before me, their fears rising like ghosts, wrapping around my throat like a noose. Inside, the choir sang, a haunting melody that cut through the darkness, the notes dancing and fluttering, echoing against the stone walls. But beneath that ethereal music, a pulse of unrest throbbed, threatening to shatter the fragile peace. And there he stood, Bishop Alexios, a figure both revered and feared. His eyes were dark pools of mystery, reflecting the weight of the ornate vestments he wore. I could feel his gaze slice through the crowd, searching, judging. In that moment, I understood that the church wasn't merely a sanctuary, it was a battleground where the spiritual clashed violently with the political, a tempestuous sea, where currents of faith and power swirled dangerously together. Then there was Maria, her face a canvas of hope and despair, caught in the crossfire of this holy war. I watched her kneel, her fingers trembling over the rosary beads, each bead a heartbeat, each prayer a plea for salvation. She was torn between her devotion to the church and the love she bore for her brother, a soldier caught in a political storm that loomed like a thunderhead over Constantinople. I felt her conflict as if it were my own, an aching weight in my chest, pulling me into her turmoil. God will protect him, she whispered, but even as she spoke, doubt crept into her voice like an insidious shadow. It clawed at her, gnawed at her faith, and I could see the cracks forming, the flickering candle of her belief threatening to extinguish. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that faith is both a fortress and a prison, but the words caught in my throat, heavy with the fear of what lay ahead. The church was a living, breathing entity, wrapped in its own contradictions. It promised salvation, yet wielded power like a sword, striking down the unworthy, the dissenters, those who dared to challenge its authority. I could see that power in the eyes of Alexios as he delivered sermons that echoed through the nave like thunder, each word a calculated strike, each pause a dagger aimed at the hearts of the congregation. Repent, he would shout, and the faithful would tremble, as if the very walls would collapse under the weight of their sins. I felt the heat of his fervor wash over me, a fierce tide that threatened to drown any flickers of rebellion that dared to rise within me. It wasn't just a battle of souls, it was a political maneuvering, a chess game played with lives, where every piece on the board was infused with a history of betrayal and loyalty. Yet, amidst the chaos, I found myself drawn to a strange sense of laughter that echoed in the darkest corners of my mind. The absurdity of it all. Here we were, clinging to our faith while dancing on the precipice of destruction, as the church became both savior and oppressor. There was a macabre comedy in it, a tragic play where the lines blurred between hero and villain. Maria's brother, Dmitri, was a pawn in this grand scheme, a soldier sent to fight against the looming threat of a rival faction. I could only imagine the fear that gripped him, the dread that seeped into his bones as he prepared for battle, knowing that every prayer his sister uttered was tied to his fate. I could see Maria's face crumple as she imagined him, her hero, falling beneath the weight of swords, blood staining the very streets where they had played as children. The tension in the air was palpable. I felt it clawing at my skin, every heartbeat a reminder of the impending clash. Would Dmitri return? Would Maria's faith withstand the storm? The answers hung like ghosts in the air, invisible yet suffocating. I found myself caught in their turmoil, my own faith shaking beneath the weight of their sorrow. God is with us, I would hear Alexios proclaim, his voice rising higher, crescendoing like a frenzied symphony. But each proclamation felt like a lie, the whispers beneath it growing louder, drowning out the melody of hope. I could see the fear in the eyes of the congregation, the desperation that twisted their prayers into frantic pleas, a desperate grasping for salvation in a world where the church held dominion over life and death. The tension broke like a fragile glass, splintering into a million pieces as news of battle reached the cathedral. The sound of clashing swords, the cries of the wounded reverberated through the stone walls, and I felt the vibrations in my bones. I saw Maria freeze, her breath hitching as reality crashed down around us. In that moment, time ceased to exist, we were suspended in a nightmare where faith and fear intertwined, where hope teetered on the edge of oblivion. And then came the moment of truth, the moment that would define us all. Alexios, the holy man, transformed into a warlord, rallied the faithful, urging them to fight for their beliefs, their city, their very souls. In the turmoil of that rally, I witnessed the blinding light of faith morph into the burning fire of fanaticism. The church was not just a place of solace, it had become a crucible, forging heroes and villains alike in its unyielding flame. The crowd surged, emotion spilling into action, an unstoppable tide of fervor and fear. I watched as Maria's face twisted in anguish, her pleas lost within the storm, a tempest of faith and violence where the lines blurred, where hearts broke, and souls cried out for mercy. I remember the silence that followed, the haunting echo of hope's dashed. The aftermath hung like smoke in the air, thick and suffocating. But in that stillness, I sensed the current shifting, the whispers of dissent brewing beneath the surface. The church, a living testament to both salvation and destruction, stood at a precipice, and I could feel the ground tremble beneath it, as if the very foundations were questioning their allegiance. The tension remained, a lingering ghost, haunting every corner of my mind, as I stood suspended in a moment that felt both infinite and crushing. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that while the battle raged on outside, the real war was waged within. I knew then that the church would never be the same, it had become a reflection of our hearts, our despair, our hope. There was no resolution, only the promise of what was to come, a haunting melody that would echo through the ages, reminding us that faith and power are inseparable, their intertwined fates forever shaping the lives caught in their relentless dance. The air crackled with an electricity that seemed to hum in tune with the heartbeats of the anxious crowd. In the hushed shadows of the great hall, whispers spiraled like ghostly tendrils, suffocating the space with dread. The flickering torches cast erratic silhouettes on the walls, dancing like specters in a macabre ballet. And there, at the center, stood Justinian, a man carved of ambition, the weight of a fractured empire draped around his shoulders like a shroud. It was a moment filled with a suffocating tension, an unspoken challenge that hung heavily, pressing against his chest. I remember the first time I witnessed him, his posture rigid, eyes ablaze with a fervor that ignited his very being. Yet beneath that brilliant exterior lay a turmoil fierce enough to shake the earth. Justinian, the emperor, the dreamer, strained against the relentless tide of time that threatened to swallow him whole. I could sense his thoughts, a cacophony of aspirations colliding with a past riddled with failures. The weight of a crumbling empire, of lost territories, of a legacy teetering on the brink, it consumed him. And then, there was Theodora, his empress, a formidable force in her own right. Fierce and passionate, she stood beside him, her loyalty a double-edged sword. Her dark eyes sparkled with intelligence, yet they carried the scars of a life filled with struggle. Once an actress, now an empress, she grappled with the ghosts of her past that whispered like vultures. What if they see you as weak? They taunted. What if they turn their backs? Each word twisted like a knife, and I could feel her determination pulsing against the backdrop of doubt. As Justinian prepared to address the throng, his voice reverberated with an intensity that made the very walls tremble. "I will restore the glory of Rome," he declared, but uncertainty flickered behind his bravado. Each proclamation was a step into the void, a flirtation with fate. I could see it then, the ghostly specter of failure looming in the periphery, a reminder of his own fragility. "What if you fail?" echoed in the recesses of his mind, a haunting refrain that wouldn't release its grip. Theodora stepped forward, her presence a balm and a fire. "Fear is the enemy," she whispered, her voice laced with steel. "Let them come." And in that moment, I understood the power of their bond, a tumultuous storm of love and ambition, intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree, sturdy yet always striving for the light. They were two flawed souls grappling with the cosmos, creating a universe from the ashes of their past. But the crisis was not just their ambition, it was the looming threat of revolt. The people, restless and hungry like wolves in the night, were growing impatient. Voices rose from the crowd, heated and anguished, a chorus of discontent swelling as the weight of oppression hung thick in the air. "No more taxes," they screamed, a primal roar that echoed through the hall, shaking the very foundations of Justinian's dreams. And still, their cries clawed at the edges of his resolve. Each shout was a dagger, piercing deeper into the fabric of his ambitions. I could almost hear the clock ticking, relentless and unforgiving. Time was a tyrant, and he knew the hour was drawing close. Each heartbeat resonated like thunder, a reminder that the empire was a fragile tapestry woven with the threads of loyalty and fear, hope and despair. Theodora, sensing the tides turning, placed a steadying hand on Justinian's arm, her touch a lifeline in the storm. "Remember who you are," she urged, her voice low and fierce. "You are more than their fears. You are the architect of a new world." With every word, she stoked the fire within him, igniting a spark that could either illuminate or consume. And as he turned to face the crowd, I could see his shoulders square, a man transformed. "You think I will bow? I will not cower in the shadows of doubt." The intensity of his voice sliced through the tumult, cutting deep into the hearts of the masses. He was a warrior now, no longer just a ruler. The raw emotion surged within him, pushing him to the precipice of greatness or madness. In that moment, we were all suspended between the past and an uncertain future. I could almost taste the bitterness of hope mingling with fear, the heady aroma of ambition swirling thick in the air. The fate of an empire trembled on the edge of a blade, and I felt the weight of history pressing down, a palpable force, begging to be witnessed. And just as the storm threatened to break, a lone voice rose from the depths of the crowd, a woman's voice, fierce and unyielding. "We are not just numbers. We are flesh, we are blood." The words hung heavy, echoing with a haunting truth, piercing through the chaos like a beacon. It was a reminder that beyond the ambitions of a ruler lay the very souls of the empire, each one a thread in the tapestry that Justinian sought to weave. He paused, the air thick with anticipation. The cries of the crowd morphed into a symphony of desperation, and for a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Justinian, caught in the crossfire of duty and desire, of power and vulnerability, faced the storm head-on. "Together, we will build a new Rome," he shouted, conviction now lacing every syllable. "I promise you grandeur. No more shadows. Only light." The crowd surged, a living entity, a tempest of emotion swirling into a collective roar. Hope blossomed, wild and fervent, igniting a fire in the hearts of the people. But beneath that surge lay an undercurrent of uncertainty, a lurking fear that the very ground they stood upon might tremble and crash under the weight of ambition. And there, amidst the chaos, Justinian and Theodora stood, bound by love, ambition, and the unyielding desire for change. As the echoes of their promises filled the hall, the clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that history was unrelenting, a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow, triumph and despair. But the story was far from over. The stage was set for a confrontation that would reshape the empire, a conflict between dreams and reality, a battle that could either solidify their legacy or cast them into the shadows of forgotten history. Time continued its relentless march, holding the promise of greatness and the specter of ruin in equal measure. The empire teetered on the edge, ready to plunge into the depths of destiny, an eternal cycle, echoing through the ages. In the hushed corridors of a crumbling Roman basilica, the air is thick with the scent of damp stone and long-forgotten prayers. A flickering torch casts ghostly shadows, illuminating the faces of three figures cloaked in uncertainty, caught in a moment that stretches like the fabric of time itself. The cold of the marble slab beneath them bites, as if the very earth they stand on holds its breath, waiting, watching. The echoes of the past swirl around them, and in this eerie silence, they are all intimately aware of one undeniable truth: something monumental is about to break. I remember standing there, the weight of history pressing against my chest, as if the spirits of long-dead emperors whispered their judgments, a cacophony of voices urging, "Decide! Decide!" My heart raced, a wild stallion, galloping toward an unknown horizon. This was no mere debate over laws written upon brittle parchment. This was about lives woven together in a tapestry of hope and despair. Flavius, a sharp-witted lawyer with unkempt hair and eyes that sparkled with mischief, stood rigid, his hands trembling. "If we don't codify the law now, it will slip through our fingers like grains of sand." His voice was a mixture of fervor and fear, the urgency palpable. Each word dripped with a desperate plea, an appeal to preserve a system that had begun to unravel, fraying like an old cloak worn by the poor. Yet, what did he know of the people? What did he know of the streets, where the shadows danced to a different rule? Beside him, Julia, a woman of unmatched intellect and passion, her eyes aflame with the fire of 1,000 burning questions, folded her arms tightly. Codification? You mean shackling our people to a rigid set of rules? Her voice was like a blade, cutting through the tension. Law is alive. It breathes, it evolves. Are we to deny its very essence? I could see her spirit quaking, torn between loyalty to her mentor and the haunting memories of injustices she had witnessed, families destroyed by laws that had become nothing more than instruments of power. Then there was Tiberius, a man haunted by the weight of his own decisions. A former soldier turned judge, he had seen the blood of innocents spilled in the name of law and order. Each morning, he awoke to the faces of the dead in his dreams, their silent screams echoing in his ears. "We are not gods," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, "but we have the power to shape lives. What is our responsibility if we codify a law that chains the weak?" His hands, calloused and weary, trembled as he clutched a tattered scroll, the very embodiment of the struggle that lay before us. The moment stretched taut, a cosmic string ready to snap. I could feel the pulse of the city outside, a heartbeat quickening with every word exchanged. The cobbled streets were alive with whispers, rumors of unrest, of people hungry for justice, for clarity in a world that had grown dark and twisted. They bathed once a year, yes, but their thirst for understanding was unquenchable. Would they find solace in a codified law, or would it suffocate their spirit? I remember the stories of those who suffered, Flavius continued, his voice rising in fervor. The widow whose property was stolen, the child denied the right to his father's name. We cannot stand idly by. Each syllable burst from him, a spark igniting the powder keg of our gathering. But Julia was relentless. And what of the stories of oppression? Of laws that enforced the will of tyrants? Codification could become a noose around our necks. Are we willing to bind ourselves to the whims of a central authority? Her heart was pounding, a tempest of defiance. I felt it resonate in my own chest, my breath shallow, as I stood in awe of her strength. Tiberius, caught in the crossfire, shifted uneasily. "We must find a balance," he spoke softly, but his words held the weight of truth. "Law must stand as a shield for the weak, yet we must also wield it with care. The line between justice and tyranny is razor-thin." His gaze drifted, lost in the abyss of his thoughts, haunted by his past, the blood-stained soil of battlefields echoing in his mind. Outside, the sun began to set, casting crimson shadows across the stone walls, as if the heavens themselves bled at the thought of what lay ahead. A storm was brewing, and with it, whispers of rebellion thickened in the air. The people were restless, murmuring their demands for fairness, their cries rising like the tide of the sea, relentless and unforgiving. As the flickering torchlight cast its glow, illuminating the faces of my companions, I felt the pulse of the moment, their fears and convictions intertwining, a tapestry of emotion that held the very essence of humanity. The tension between them crackled like the air before a lightning strike, and I, an unworthy observer, felt my heart quicken in tune with theirs. Flavius, Julia, Tiberius, I thought, each name a note in this symphony of chaos. What legacy will you leave behind? The shadows danced on the walls, hinting at futures unknown, futures that could either shatter or uplift. The echoes of the past loomed large, and yet, in this crucible of ideals, a new law, a new hope, flickered like a dying ember, waiting for the breath of life. And in that moment, time warped. The past, present, and future collided, a cacophony of emotions that would reverberate through the annals of history. Would they come together? Would they fracture, each carrying their burdens as they stepped into an uncertain dawn? As the shadows deepened, the air thickened, and I knew no conclusion awaited us. The story hung suspended, a tapestry woven with the threads of conflict and desire, trembling on the edge of a knife, echoing through the corridors of time. The streets of Constantinople lay heavy with a silence so thick it felt like a shroud draped over the city's once bustling marketplaces. The air was choked with the sour scent of decay and desperation, a smell that clawed at your insides and begged you to turn back, to seek refuge in the forgotten corners of your mind. I remember the moment vividly. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that contorted into grotesque shapes, a reminder that darkness was not just outside but creeping into the hearts of those who still clung to life. Myra stood frozen in the doorway of her crumbling hovel, heart racing, breath shallow, as a procession of hooded figures shuffled past her. The sounds of their muted whispers sent shivers down her spine, words laced with dread, carrying tales of the plague that had gripped the city like a vice. She could feel the weight of their fear pressing against her chest, a shared secret that suffocated the very soul of Constantinople. Is this how it ends? She thought, a question that gnawed at her thoughts like a rodent chewing through frayed memories of laughter and light. And there was Marcus, her brother, who had been a merchant of spices and silks, now reduced to a shadow of his former self, wandering the empty streets, eyes wide with disbelief. "This isn't real," he muttered under his breath, as if saying it aloud would banish the specter of illness that stalked them. Each empty stall was a dagger to his heart, a reminder of the wealth that had crumbled as swiftly as the bodies piling up in makeshift pits at the outskirts of the city. "You can't sell what no one buys," he cursed, voice cracking, but in truth, it wasn't just goods that had vanished, hope had fled, leaving behind a desolate landscape of despair. Yet, amidst the chaos, there was a fine line between madness and determination, and Myra felt it course through her veins like wildfire. "I remember the laughter," she whispered to the walls that had witnessed their childhood, faded echoes of joy now drowned beneath the weight of endless grief. "I remember the festivals, the colors, the smells of roasted meats and sweet breads. Each memory was a delicate porcelain cup, teetering on the brink of shattering, and all she could do was hold her breath, afraid that a single exhale would send it all crashing into oblivion." But the past was a cruel mistress, and nostalgia turned into a bitter pill as they ventured into the heart of the city where shadows lengthened and the sickly sweet stench of death clung to the cobblestones. Marcus grabbed her hand, urgency etched on his face, as they approached the crowded square where the last remnants of humanity clung to one another. Their eyes were glassy, haunted, like the hollow shells of the vibrant souls they once were. "This is survival," he insisted, but inside, he felt the gnawing fear that he was merely a spectator to a horror he could not escape. They held onto each other, two flickering candles struggling against the suffocating darkness of the plague, but even their small flame was not enough to illuminate the choking despair surrounding them. As they neared the marketplace, they were greeted by the chilling sight of merchants, once vibrant, now draped in despair, clutching their wares like lifebuoys in a storm. 10 coins for a loaf, came the raspy call of a vendor, desperation etched into every word, and Myra's heart clenched. When did bread become a luxury, she thought, bitterness flooding her veins. It was a world in which survival was a zero-sum game, where the sick and the healthy alike were left to choose which ghost to embrace. "Help us," a voice called from the shadows, a woman cradling a wilted child, disease etching its mark on their fragile forms. Myra felt the pull of compassion, but Marcus hesitated. "We can't save them," he whispered, fear and resentment lacing his tone. "We can barely save ourselves." Each word was a knife, cutting deeper into the fabric of their relationship, until the threads began to fray. Myra, ever the nurturer, could feel the weight of guilt pressing down on her. "But if we don't try, what have we become?" she shot back, the vulnerability in her voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. And so, they stood at the precipice of choice, the choice that would unravel their lives further still. The world around them was a grim theater of the absurd, where the normal rules no longer applied, and laughter felt incongruous amidst the shadows. In this theater of despair, they were but players, grappling with the absurdity of existence, where death danced in the background while the living tried to bargain with fate. Myra's hand shook as she reached into her ragged satchel, pulling out the last of her coins. "Here. It's not much, but it's something," she offered to the woman, whose eyes glistened with a blend of gratitude and hopelessness. Marcus watched, torn between pride and frustration. The man who had once dictated terms in the marketplace was now helplessly watching his sister give away their last chance at survival. "You don't understand," he hissed, but his voice was drowned out by the sound of distant bells tolling, a grim reminder of all that was lost. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a cloak of darkness settled over Constantinople, but it was not just the absence of light that suffocated them, it was the palpable fear that coiled around them like a serpent, tightening its grip with every passing moment. A ghostly wind swept through the streets, carrying with it the whispers of the fallen, a haunting symphony of despair that wrapped itself around Myra and Marcus, binding them in a shared, suffocating fate. And so the night deepened, each heartbeat echoing like a countdown, each breath heavy with the weight of uncertainty. The city stood at the edge of an abyss, teetering between life and death, dreams and nightmares. The plague had woven itself into the very fabric of society, a malignant force that reshaped not only the bodies it touched but the very soul of civilization itself. The streets, once vibrant with commerce and laughter, were now mere echoes of a past they could never reclaim. Together, they took a step forward, into the unknown, into the darkness, because in a world ravaged by a plague, the hardest choice was not the one between life and death, but the choice to keep hoping when hope felt like a cruel joke. And as they pressed on, a new understanding settled between them, a shared acceptance of their fragile humanity amidst the shadows of despair. The church bells toll, a haunting rhythm echoing through the cobbled streets, as if the air itself speaks in solemnity. Each clang cuts deeper, slicing through the heart of the slumbering town like a knife through flesh, an omen, a warning. Shadows dance in the flickering light of torches, twisting and curling like the fears that grip the hearts of those still awake. I stand at the edge of the square, breath hitching in my throat, eyes wide as I witness the chaos unfold. A figure breaks from the shadows, a man draped in a tattered cloak, eyes blazing with a fervor that ignites the night. There's something wild in him, something primal. It's Thomas, a sculptor, once celebrated, now a pariah. He clutches a chipped, half-carved statue of a saint, the features marred but still beautiful in their imperfection. "It must burn," he cries, voice cracking like broken glass. "This is not faith, this is idolatry." The crowd gathers, a storm brewing in their hearts, fear and fury intertwining. Mothers clutch their children close, shielding them from the embers of a fire that has yet to ignite. Among them stands Ilara, her eyes filled with tears that threaten to spill. She knows Thomas. She remembers the laughter they shared, the dreams they wove beneath the stars. But now, his eyes are twin orbs of madness, and the world he once cherished lies in shards at his feet. "I remember," she whispers, voice trembling, "when you spoke of beauty, of creation as an act of love. What happened to you?" Each word is a plea, a lifeline thrown into the tempest that rages within him. "I remember," he replies, voice hoarse, "when the church was a sanctuary, not a prison. They take our hands, our hearts, and mold them into their image. I refuse to bow to that." His hands tremble, clenching the statue, and for a fleeting moment, I see the boy who once carved angels from marble, lost in the purity of creation. But that boy is gone, replaced by a man whose faith has twisted into a hatred for the very thing that saved him. The crowd murmurs, a ripple of uncertainty running through them. Ilara steps closer, desperation tightening around her heart like a noose. You can't destroy what you love, Thomas. You can't burn your past. Can't I? He retorts, eyes narrowing. This is not destruction, it is liberation. To free ourselves from the shackles of their oppressive gaze. The words hang in the air, charged with an anger that feels almost electric. The flames have begun to flicker in the distance, a promise of chaos that mushrooms in the night. The church, a towering monolith of stone, stands guard, its spires piercing the sky like knives aimed at the heavens. I feel the weight of history pressing down, ghosts of artists and believers intertwining. And in that weight, there lies a truth so profound it sends shivers down my spine. Art and faith, their dance is beautiful, yet brutal. A struggle carved into the very fabric of existence, like ancient runes etched into stone. Each character in this tale is a fragment of that history, caught in the crossfire of love and loss, faith and fury. Ilara's voice trembles. You're losing yourself, Thomas. Can't you see? She reaches for his arm, urging him to look into the abyss that he's willing to create. No. You don't understand. He jerks away, the intensity in his gaze piercing through her heart. They would strangle our souls, suffocate our dreams beneath the weight of dogma. I refuse to let them. In that moment, a scream slices through the air, a child, lost in the frenzy, crying for their mother. The sound echoes, a haunting refrain that pulls at the very fibers of my being. Ilara's face blanches, the reality of the situation crashing down like a tidal wave. Please, Thomas. Think of the children, think of the future. Her voice is a desperate plea, a thread of hope woven into the fabric of despair. But the fire crackles louder, the mob stirs, fanning the flames of his rebellion. They'll never understand, he bellows. They'll never see the beauty in truth, only the chains they've forged. Thomas raises the statue above his head, poised to throw it into the fire, a sacrifice to the very gods of creation he once revered. Time slows, and I feel the weight of the moment settle on my shoulders like a millstone. Ilara's hand shoots out, her fingers brushing against his wrist. You'll destroy yourself along with it. The anguish in her voice wraps around me, a visceral grip that constricts my heart. His gaze falters, the flicker of a memory, a time when they crafted beauty together, when creation was a shared heartbeat between their souls. He whispers, the firelight casting shadows on his face, illuminating the conflict raging within. The clock strikes midnight, and the world holds its breath. This is the moment where faith meets art, a fragile intersection where love and hatred collide with the force of 1,000 storms. As he stares into Ilara's eyes, I see the tempest unfurling within him. The struggle, the clash of ideals, of faith versus creation, of love against the oppressive weight of tradition. He stands on the precipice, ready to leap, to destroy and to create all at once. And suddenly, I'm lost in the raw intensity of their emotions, the fear of losing a friend, the heartache of watching someone slip away into darkness. Tension thickens in the air, a palpable entity that wraps around us like a shroud. Will you stand with me? He asks, a plea wrapped in desperation, the shadows of doubt flickering in his eyes. In that moment, the world narrows down to a singular truth: the struggle between art and faith is not merely a battle of ideas, it is a fight for the very essence of existence, a dance on the knife's edge of creation and destruction. And as the flames begin to rise, licking the night sky, I realize that all of us, Thomas, Ilara, the frightened crowd, we are caught in this whirlwind, spinning toward an unknown fate. Each heartbeat resonates like a war drum, and as Thomas's resolve falters, I am left suspended in anticipation, teetering on the brink of a confrontation that will change everything. The crisis unfolds, a maelstrom of emotion swirling in the night, where the echoes of history and whispers of ghosts entwine, and the struggle between art and faith takes center stage. Time slips through our fingers like sand, and the end is but a heartbeat away, lingering in the air like a promise or a threat. The market square pulsed with life, a symphony of clashing voices and the clinking of coins. It was a moment suspended in time, where whispers of fortune mingled with the tang of sweat and spice. Darius stood at the edge, heart racing, watching as merchants hawked their wares, silks that shimmered like the dreams of 1,000 nights, spices that ignited the air with their exotic aroma, and the distant, haunting calls of ships echoing across the harbor. He felt the weight of his empty pockets, the cold bite of despair nipping at his heels. I remember, he thought, when I used to trade secrets, not just goods. The ghosts of opportunities lost lingered in the corners of his mind, taunting him with their bittersweet memories. Across the way, Sophia negotiated fiercely, her voice steady against the cacophony. Her passion ignited the very air around her, a flame that could turn the mundane into gold. She was expansive, larger than life, yet burdened by the shadows of an uncertain future. The silk she bartered for could save her father's business from the abyss, but the stakes were high, and the thought sent shivers down her spine, a fear that twisted around her heart like a serpent. What if I fail? The question gnawed at her, an insatiable hunger that threatened to consume her. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple, mingling with her resolve. And then there was Leo, a dreamer, an artist trapped within the confines of a merchant's life. With ink-stained fingers fumbling through parchment, he yearned to capture the world's beauty, yet here he stood, shackled to the gritty demands of trade. He peered into the distance, watching a ship's mast pierce the horizon, longing for adventure, for the freedom of the open sea. But reality clawed at him, reminding him of the debts that piled higher than the rooftops above. I remember, he whispered to himself, the thrill of creation, not this endless cycle of barter. The sun dipped, casting long shadows, each figure in the market seemed to elongate, twisting into grotesque parodies of their hopes. Traders haggled, fearing the loss of silver, while the desperate clung to their last coins like lifelines. Darius felt the tension crackle in the air, a warning that something was about to ignite. The economic policies of the Byzantine Empire loomed over them, a dark cloud that threatened to rain despair on the very fabric of their lives. Control the trade routes, control the world, echoed in Darius's mind as he watched the imperial envoys glide through the square, their robes heavy with expectation. They were the gatekeepers, the architects of prosperity and ruin. Each decision they made sent ripples through the streets like waves crashing against the shore. As Leo fumbled with his quill, he caught a glimpse of the envoys, their cold eyes, their very presence a stark reminder of how fragile their existence was. One wrong turn, one ship lost, and all could crumble, he thought, the weight of anxiety pressing against his chest. Sophia's voice broke through the fog of uncertainty. Darius, focus. We need to secure our trades, she urged, a fierce fire igniting within her. Every deal is a chance. We can't waste it on fear. But fear clung to Darius like a shadow, relentless in its pursuit. What if the trade routes close, he countered, his voice quivering with the truth of a haunted past. Each trade route was a lifeline. But they were also veins cut deep, bleeding the city dry as power shifted like sand beneath their feet. Enough! Leo burst forth, his heart pounding with frustration. We're drowning in uncertainty, yet we stand here like stones. There's more to life than silver and gold. His voice echoed, igniting a flicker of rebellion within them. The tension in the air crackled as if the very cosmos conspired to align their fates. But there was a fear, a darkness lurking just beyond the horizon, the plague, lurking like a wolf in shadows, waiting to pounce. Trade routes are lifelines, Darius murmured, but they also bring death, pestilence, famine. What had once seemed an infinite web of opportunity now felt like a noose tightening around their throats. Sophia's eyes widened, the weight of his words sinking in. We can't let fear govern us, she insisted, her voice trembling yet defiant. I won't allow this city to be swallowed whole by despair. But the specter of the past loomed large, reminding them of those who had fallen, of families torn apart by the cruelty of fortune. Tomorrow, we'll take risks, Leo declared, a fierceness igniting in him. We'll pivot, adapt, and let the winds of change guide us. It was a desperate hope, an ember struggling against the oppressive darkness surrounding them. And so they stood together, hearts racing, knowing that each decision they made was a thread spun into the tapestry of their lives. The market square was alive, throbbing with energy, a chaotic dance of desperation and ambition. I remember, Darius thought, as the sun slipped below the horizon, when hope was something you could taste, something sweet. As night fell, the memories of the day lingered like ghosts, reminding them that the true battle lay ahead, against the forces that sought to control the trade routes, against the specter of illness creeping ever closer, against the insatiable demands of the empire that could bury them alive. They grasped each other's hands, souls intertwined, ready to face whatever lay beyond the shadows. The air was thick with anticipation, each heartbeat a promise of what was to come. This night was only the beginning. Like threads in a grand tapestry, their fates were woven together in a struggle against the very forces that sought to consume them. The weight of their decisions pressed heavily upon them, but together they would fight through the darkness, forging their own path through the Byzantine labyrinth of trade and turmoil. And as they took their first steps into the unseen night, the world around them faded into a pulsing rhythm of trade and treachery, the echoes of their hopes and fears lingering in the air like the sweet scent of spices, forever entwined, forever haunted. A candle flickered against the cold stone walls of the Byzantine palace, casting trembling shadows that danced like lost souls seeking solace. The air was thick with unspoken words, the kind that clawed at the throat, choking on half-truths and whispered fears. Helena stood at the edge of the dimly lit hall, her heart pounding so loud it drowned out the quiet shuffle of silk skirts and the rustle of parchment. Outside, the sun was just beginning to wane, its dying light bleeding into night, a haunting metaphor for her own life, trapped in a world where power was the privilege of men, and women were mere echoes, their voices swallowed by the weight of history. "I can't go back," she muttered, a quiver of desperation threading through her voice. "Not now, not ever." Her thoughts spiraled, chaotic and raw, laced with the bitterness of being nothing more than a pawn in a game that twisted and turned like a serpent. Her father's expectations hung over her like the scent of burnt offerings, suffocating, relentless. The walls whispered of her fate, of marriages arranged under the guise of love but forged in the cold steel of obligation. Across the room, Maria watched her friend, her heart aching with empathy. Maria, too, was ensnared in the web of patriarchal design, her dreams silenced like the strumming of a lute when the music no longer pleased the ear of a lord. "Helena," she said softly, stepping closer, "what if you refuse him? What if you—" But the question hung in the air, fragile and haunting. Refusal was a luxury they could not afford, not in this world where rebellion tasted like ashes, and women were meant to be radiant ornaments, not wildflowers. Helena's gaze flickered toward the window, where the last slivers of sunlight succumbed to the lurking shadows. "I remember," she whispered, her voice quaking with the weight of memory. "I remember the day my life was written for me, like a script I had no part in writing. I was just a girl, playing in the gardens, feeling the warm sun on my skin, dreaming of adventure. But dreams," she paused, the laughter of her youthful self echoing faintly in her mind, "dreams are for men, are they not? While we, the daughters of Constantinople, are meant to weave and bear children, our lives stitched together in the fabric of duty." The absence of choice gnawed at her insides, sharp and cruel. Outside, the city of Constantinople thrummed with life, the scent of spices and incense wafting through the air, mingling with the darker undertones of history. The chatter of merchants and the laughter of children were oblivious to her plight, as she stood there, a ghost in her own life, unseen yet profoundly felt. Maria took a breath, her own turmoil bubbling beneath the surface. She had watched her father's pride swell over the years, each conquest marking her as a trophy, a bargaining chip in alliances. "But look at us, Helena. Look at how we endure. We are not mere decorations. We are the backbone of this empire, the silent strength that holds it up. We can forge our own destinies, can't we?" Yet, even as she spoke, doubt flickered in her eyes. Their lives were littered with the remnants of dreams deferred. Maria's hands trembled as she remembered the faces of her friends, each one a reflection of what could have been, brilliant women snuffed out like candles, extinguished by the weight of their own potential. "What if we dared to break free?" she asked, the audacity of hope trembling in her voice. Helena's chest tightened. "Dare? What does daring mean to us? A flicker of rebellion might be snuffed out before it even warms the soul." The bitterness clawed at her throat, the reality of their constraints wrapping around her like chains. "I've seen what happens to those who defy the rules. The whispers, the judgment, they are more suffocating than any cage." And in that moment, the tension between them crackled like thunder in the distance, filled with the raw, pulsing energy of unfulfilled rage. It was as if the walls themselves leaned in, straining to listen, to absorb the weight of their fears. The candles sputtered, and darkness loomed, a reminder that the shadows held secrets, dark, twisted secrets that threatened to consume them both. "I've been thinking of my brother," Maria said, her voice a fragile thread. "He always said, a woman's worth is her silence. But I don't want silence, Helena. I want a voice. I want to scream. I want to, then scream, Maria," Helena urged, the words spilling forth like a dam breaking. "Scream until your voice shatters the night. Until the world knows our names, until they hear our hearts beating with purpose. What if we broke the silence, just for a moment? What if?" But as the last word escaped her lips, the door creaked open, and the weight of the world pressed down upon them. A figure loomed in the doorway, cloaked in authority, casting a long shadow that threatened to obliterate their fleeting glimmer of hope. It was a man, the embodiment of everything they feared, the embodiment of the very society that sought to keep them shackled. Helena's heart raced, each beat reverberating like thunder in her ears. Would this be the moment where dreams turned to ash? Or would this mark the beginning of their fight for autonomy, their claim to a future that held their dreams? The figure stepped forward, and in that charged silence, the air crackled with tension, the impending confrontation looming like a dark storm on the horizon. And as the candle flickered once more, a haunting melody began to play, the song of rebellion, of sisters standing together in the face of tyranny, echoing through the corridors of time. The city outside, vibrant and alive, held its breath, waiting for the outcome of this moment, where the fates of women flickered like the flames around them, fierce and uncontrollable. The darkness was neither a foe nor a friend, it was a canvas upon which they would paint their destiny. The candles flickered, casting a disjointed dance of light and shadow against the cold stone walls. I could hear the sharp intake of breath as Brother Elias stood before the gathering, his hands trembling, knuckles stark white against the parchment he clutched like a lifeline. The air was thick enough to choke on, the weight of unspoken words hung heavier than the incense that curled in the corners, saturating the space with the scent of desperation and faith, mingling like oil and water. "Heretic!" A voice shattered the silence, a thunderous crack that echoed in the hollow spaces of the chapel. Brother Matthias, his face a tempest of rage and fear, pointed an accusatory finger at Elias, who flinched as if struck. The tension bled through the cracks in the stone, pooling in the corners like silent witnesses to the impending storm. I remember the way my heart raced, a wild drumbeat in my chest as the words hung in the air, sharp and electric. I'd always imagined theological debates as lofty discussions, lofty ideals, but here, it was raw, primal. I felt the pulse of centuries beneath our feet, the lives lost, the souls burdened by the weight of belief. This wasn't just about doctrine, it was a battle for truth, for identity, for survival. "Speak, Elias!" I urged silently, my own pulse quickening with every heartbeat. If he faltered now, everything would collapse, the fragile threads of faith unraveling like a poorly woven tapestry. I could see the ghosts of the martyrs swirling around us, their whispers echoing in the shadows, "Don't let this end in silence." The chamber grew colder, shadows creeping in, as if the night itself conspired against the light of reason. Elias took a step forward, his voice a tremor against the oppressive silence. "I speak not for myself but for the truth that binds us all." His words, a lifeline thrown into the abyss, fought against the rising tide of opposition. Matthias scoffed, a low, guttural sound. "Truth? Your truth is a poison, a heresy that will rot the very fabric of our faith." The accusation hung heavy, a dagger poised to strike. I could feel the air crackle with tension, each heartbeat resonating with the desperation of the moment. And then there was Anne, seated among the elders, her dark eyes filled with a mix of resolve and despair. I watched her, the way her fingers clutched the edges of her robe, the way her breath quickened. She was torn, caught in a tempest of loyalty and righteousness. I could see her thoughts racing, a silent cacophony of conflict, as she weighed the cost of standing with Elias against the risk of losing everything she held dear. I remember, I whispered to myself, memories flooding back, days spent in sun-drenched fields, laughter mingling with the scent of wildflowers. I remembered the warmth of shared meals, the glow of friendship, the innocence before the shadows of doubt crept in. But those days felt like echoes of a distant past, drowned in the turmoil of the present. What is the cost of truth? I wanted to scream, to shake them from their slumber, to make them see that faith was not a singular path but a labyrinth, twisting and turning, demanding sacrifices. Elias's voice rose, breaking through the haze of fear. If we fear the quest for understanding, we are already lost. The fire in his words ignited something within me, a flicker of hope, an ember that yearned to blaze. But Matthias wasn't finished. You would lead us to ruin. You would tear asunder what generations have built. His voice cracked, revealing the vulnerability beneath the bravado. I could see it, the doubt that gnawed at him, the fear of a world unraveling beneath the weight of change. Time stretched, thick and suffocating, as the clock ticked on, each second a hammer striking the anvil of our beliefs. The flickering candles illuminated the faces of those gathered, each one a reflection of a struggle, an internal war against the shadows that threatened to engulf them. And then it happened, and stood, her voice trembling but resolute. We cannot choose ignorance over understanding. We cannot silence the truth in the name of fear. Her words rang out like a clarion call, resonating deep within me, awakening a fervor I didn't know existed. Yet the room erupted, voices clashing like swords in battle, a cacophony of passion and pain. You will be condemned. You will bring shame upon us. This is madness. The air crackled with the intensity of their emotions, a storm brewing just beneath the skin, threatening to break free. I could feel the walls closing in, the shadows whispering secrets that gnawed at the edges of our sanity. Elias and Anne, the reluctant warriors in this sacred war, stood against the tide, their resolve shining like beacons in the dark. Remember, Elias implored, his voice cutting through the chaos, the Council of Nicaea. The debates that forged our faith. Were they not born from the fires of conflict? Were they not necessary for the very essence of what we believe? With each word, he wove a tapestry of history that wrapped around us, binding us together in the shared struggle for truth. I could feel the weight of every decision made, every life lost in the pursuit of understanding. The echoes of history reverberated through the chambers, reminding us that doubt was not the enemy, it was the catalyst for growth, for change. But the fear lingered, palpable in the air. We were standing on a precipice, teetering between the old and the new. I could see it in their eyes, the haunting question, would we leap into the unknown or cling to the comfort of our chains? As the voices began to rise again, I felt a surge of desperation. This is not just about theology. I wanted to shout, it's about our very souls, our humanity. It's about the agony of questioning, the ecstasy of understanding. The moment stretched, the air thick with uncertainty as the candle flames flickered wildly, their light dancing defiantly against the encroaching darkness. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, urging us forward, demanding that we confront the shadows, the ghosts of fear and ignorance. And just as hope seemed to flicker like a candle about to extinguish, a hush fell, a breath caught in the throat of time. In that haunting silence, I realized that the importance of theological debates and councils was not merely in the doctrines they formed or the resolutions they reached. It was in the struggle itself, the raw, visceral fight for understanding, the emotional crucible that shaped not just our beliefs, but our very existence. The confrontation loomed, the tension palpable, and I held my breath, knowing this moment was just the beginning, a spark that would ignite the fires of change, a heartbeat in the ceaseless rhythm of time, the echoes of which would resonate far beyond these stone walls. The shadows whispered, and I knew, somewhere deep within, that this was only the beginning. The dim corridors of the great palace echoed with the sound of frantic footsteps, each echo a heartbeat of a disintegrating empire. A lone candle flickered, casting long shadows that danced like specters against the cold stone walls. In that fleeting moment, the air thickened with dread that wrapped around the throat like a noose, tightening with every frantic breath. I had learned, many moons ago, that power is a delicate thread, easily snapped. And on this night, it felt as though the thread was unraveling. Basil, a junior clerk in the bureaucracy, stood before a door splattered with the remnants of desperation. His hands, trembling and slick with sweat, trembled against the parchment that revealed the emperor's latest decree. He could still hear the echoes of laughter from last week's banquet, where the hall had brimmed with dignitaries, each one cloaked in the finery of ambition. But that laughter felt like a cruel joke now, as a dark cloud had gathered over the capital, rumors of discontent boiling like a pot on the verge of overflowing. "What have I done?" he muttered, the weight of every decision crashing down upon him. He had merely been a cog, an ever-spinning wheel in the Byzantine machine, but even cogs have a breaking point. He remembered the faces of the commoners when the tax collectors had come, their eyes hollowed out by despair. "I remember the wails," he whispered, "and I remember how they twisted inside me, a cacophony of guilt and powerlessness." Each face haunted him like a ghost, a specter of a life he silently wished to change. From behind the door, the heavy voice of the emperor, Alexios, thundered, a ruler cloaked in power yet surrounded by shadows. "We cannot falter, Basil. The empire demands strength." His voice was a tempest, filled with the kind of indignation that could level cities. But what lay beneath that fury? Basil had witnessed the cracks in Alexios's resolve, the way his fingers trembled around the chalice during feasts, how he often stared into the abyss of his own kingdom, searching for a reflection of the man he once was. Was he still a man, or merely a puppet draped in layers of silk and gold? Strength. Basil cried out suddenly, the word spilling like a broken dam. "We are but shackles on the wrists of the people. How can we claim to govern when we crush their spirits?" The words felt foreign on his tongue, a rebellion born not from courage but from a desperate need to be seen, to matter in a sea of bureaucracy that threatened to drown him. In that moment, the door swung open, revealing the emperor's wrathful gaze. His face, carved in stone, betrayed no emotion, but within those deep-set eyes, Basil caught a glimpse of something raw and vulnerable. "You think yourself wise, boy?" Alexios challenged, stepping forward as if to engulf him in the weight of his power. "Do you know what it means to hold an empire in your hands?" "I know what it means to carry its burden." Basil shot back, each word a bullet aimed at the towering figure before him. "To watch it bleed, day by day, while we sit in our ivory towers, pulling strings like puppeteers." But Alexios was not a mere puppet master. He was a man haunted by the ghosts of past decisions, a ruler whose every move was measured against the fragile balance of power and despair. "You will learn," he said, a smirk twisting his lips, "that governance is not a sanctuary of idealism but a battlefield marred with the blood of sacrifices." As the tension crackled between them, a figure emerged from the shadows, the treasurer, Eudokia, her presence like a chill running down Basil's spine. She was a woman of unparalleled cunning, her mind sharper than any dagger, and her loyalty as fickle as the wind. "Shall we discuss the recent reports, Your Majesty?" she suggested, her voice smooth like silk, yet laced with an icy undertone. "Reports?" Basil scoffed, feeling the fires of indignation flare anew. "Is that all we have left? Numbers on a page? What of the people?" "People," Eudokia echoed, her laugh like the crack of glass. "What is a people if not a series of numbers? We are the architects of their reality, and architects must balance the books." Her gaze bore into him, and he felt stripped bare, a child lost in an unfeeling world. "Your passion is admirable, but misguided. The strong survive, and the weak, well, they become history." "I remember the history," Basil said, his voice cracking like ice underfoot. "The blood of the innocent stains the pages we ignore. The ghosts of our past will haunt us if we continue down this path." "You speak of ghosts as if they care," Eudokia shot back, eyes blazing with a fervor that unsettled him. "History remembers the victors, not the fallen. And to win, sacrifices must be made." The clock ticked ominously in the silence that followed, each talk resonating with the weight of unspoken truths. Basil felt the thrum of his own heart, a frantic rhythm pounding against the backdrop of empire. He wanted to scream, to rage against the unjust machine that churned beneath the surface, but all he could do was stand frozen, caught in the web of their twisted dance. Outside, the city slept uneasily, the shadows of unrest creeping in like a malignant fog, an omen of what was to come. Basil felt it in his bones, the tension was palpable, a storm brewing just out of sight. He stood at the precipice of change, caught between the desire to do good and the paralyzing fear of the consequences. "Tell me," he whispered into the suffocating silence, "is it too late?" The words hung in the air, a prayer, a plea for salvation from a world that felt increasingly surreal. And as the shadows encroached, weaving through the cracks of the palace, Basil realized he was not alone in his turmoil. Eudokia's eyes glimmered with something akin to understanding, while Alexiosa's facade faltered, revealing a glimpse of the man beneath the crown. In that charged moment, their fates entwined, and the gears of the Byzantine bureaucracy began to turn anew, each click echoing like a heartbeat in the hollow chambers of history. What was governance but a relentless push and pull? A constant battle against the tides of fate, a delicate dance of power, regret, and ambition, each step forward a question, each breath a step into the unknown. The air crackled with an electric tension, shadows dancing like restless spirits across the stone walls of the monastery. The once peaceful sanctuary breathed unease, palpable as the evening fog rolled in, shrouding the world outside in a chilling mystery. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs, almost drowning in the silence, a silence that could swallow a man whole. The bells tolled ominously from the tower, each clang echoing through my mind like the drumbeat of impending doom. Brother Isaac, his eyes sunken and wild like those of a hunted animal, paced restlessly. "They're coming," he murmured, each word a whisper of dread. His fingers trembled, brushing against the worn pages of the scriptures, as if seeking comfort in the sacred text that had long been his only companion. I could feel the weight of his fear, a heavy cloak wrapped tightly around his shoulders, suffocating the faith that had once burned fiercely in his chest. I remember the night he had sworn to find solace in the life of a monk, trading the noisy streets of Constantinople for the hallowed halls of prayer. "The world outside is a tempest," he had declared, his voice steady then, firm. "Here, I will find peace." But the storm had followed him, creeping in like a thief, and now it threatened to tear apart everything he held dear. The monastery's dim light flickered as Brother Gregor, his face a landscape of worry, broke into our conversation. "What if it's true?" he asked, his voice laden with uncertainty. "What if the Emperor's men sweep through here, seeking heretics among us?" He was a man caught between conviction and fear, grappling with the abyss of doubt. I saw it in his eyes, the fiery passion to serve a higher calling tempered by the chilling knowledge of the stakes. The stakes could strip away everything: faith, life, identity. I remember the first time I glimpsed the fragile humanity of these men, standing in cloaks that looked as heavy as their burdens. They trudged through the thick fog of devotion, stepping gingerly on the cobblestones of existence, always one step away from the abyss, always aware that the world outside held horrors beyond their narrow walls. The stench of incense mingled with the mustiness of old stone, a grotesque perfume of sanctity and decay. "We are the last line," Isaac said, eyes narrowing. "If we falter, who will stand for the truth?" But the truth was a malleable thing, a paradox. It was what the Emperor dictated, the whispers of the streets, the cries of the dying. Each man carried within him a fragment of that truth, fractured, ambiguous, heavy with consequence. Outside, the wind howled, and I could almost hear the distant cries of the city, the laughter of the market stalls, the pleas of the desperate. I felt their echoes in my bones, stirring up memories of a life I had left behind, yet could never truly escape. How long had it been since I'd tasted freedom, real, intoxicating freedom? Days blended into nights, and now I was but a ghost in this world, haunting the shadows of a life devoted to prayer. In the center of the room, the flickering candlelight illuminated a simple wooden table draped with a rough cloth. It felt too fragile against the enormity of our fears. The weight of our choices bore down on us, each heartbeat a reminder of the thin line between sanctity and sin. "Tonight," Gregor said suddenly, breaking the silence. "We will pray. We must." His words hung in the air, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. I could see the desperation in his eyes, a spark of hope desperately clawing its way to the surface. Isaac nodded, but the shadow of doubt clung to him like a second skin. "And if the prayers fall on deaf ears?" His voice was barely above a whisper, but it crackled with defiance, a challenge to the very heavens themselves. The candles flickered as if sensing our turmoil, casting dancing shadows that twisted and turned, like the doubts that wormed their way into our hearts. The air thickened with tension, a thick fog of uncertainty wrapping around us, stifling. "Do you remember your first night here?" I spoke, the memories rushing back like an unstoppable tide. "You were so certain that solitude would heal you, that silence would drown out the chaos." Isaac's brow furrowed, and for a moment, we slipped into a shared reverie, the echoes of that naive hope binding us together. But hope is a fragile thing, like the flickering flame of a candle caught in a gust of wind, and I could see it fading in his gaze. The atmosphere thickened, swelling with unspoken fears and dreams that felt just out of reach. I could almost taste it, the bitterness of despair and the sweetness of faith, intertwined like the fate of a man caught in the storm of his own making. Suddenly, a distant sound pierced the stillness. A knock, sharp and insistent, rang through the monastery like the harbinger of doom. Isaac's face paled, and Gregor's breath caught in his throat. The sound echoed, reverberating through the cold stone corridors, a chilling reminder that the world outside was crashing in, and we were mere mortals, clinging to our fragile beliefs in the face of a tempest. What came next was inevitable, a raw confrontation of faith and fear. This wasn't a mere battle of wills, it was a cosmic clash of destinies, a collision of souls seeking solace amidst the chaos. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows as we braced ourselves for the storm to break, for the truth to unravel with devastating intensity, leaving us gasping in its wake. And as the knock reverberated through the darkness, I felt the weight of time itself shift. Moments stretched, memories tangled, and the cosmos felt impossibly vast and yet achingly intimate. Each heartbeat, every breath, every prayer hung in the air, suspended in the fragile hope that clung to us like the very air we breathed. We were monks, yes, but above all, we were human, fearful, flawed, and irrevocably tied to the world that sought to tear us apart. The chill settled around us, the silence thickened once more, and I knew then that what lay ahead would change everything. The confrontation was not just with the world outside, but with the very essence of our faith, the core of our being. And in that moment, as the shadows stretched and whispered, I understood that the story of monasticism was not just one of prayer and devotion, but of survival, of love, and of an unquenchable thirst for the divine amidst the chaos of life. The clash of steel rang like a death knell, echoing across the hills where the Byzantine army stood poised, a wall of determination wrapped in the scent of iron and sweat. I could feel the cold terror biting at my bones, a shivering foreboding that twisted my stomach into knots. It was a morning like no other, thick with the weight of history yet to be written, where the shadows danced mockingly around us, and the sun dared to peek through as if it were a spectator to our impending doom. "Hold the line," shouted Alexios, his voice a thunderous roar piercing through the air, igniting the fire in the hearts of the soldiers. I saw the glint of his armor, a polished facade that belied the turmoil within, a young commander, barely more than a boy, yet burdened with the weight of empires, balancing hope on the edge of a sword. I remember the way he clenched his jaw, the tightness of his grip on the hilt of his sword, as if the very metal could somehow siphon his fear. Alexios had dreams larger than this battlefield, dreams of honor, glory, a chance to etch his name into the annals of history. But today, those dreams felt like fragile glass, ready to shatter with the first strike. "Stay close, Marika," he called, his voice laced with an urgency that mirrored the frantic thumping of my heart. I was not a soldier, I was a scribbler of stories, a weaver of words, yet here I stood, a trembling soul swept up in a deluge of valor and dread, as his eyes bore into mine, seeking an anchor in the storm. There was a moment, a heartbeat, where the world stood still. The horizon seemed to split open, a yawning abyss of darkness and despair. I could see the enemy's banners unfurling, dark specters against the sky, a promise of devastation. I clutched my writing tools, a token of a life spent in the safety of parchment and ink, feeling the absurdity of it all. "What am I doing here?" I thought, the question swirling in my mind, wrapping around me like a cold embrace. The air crackled with tension, the soldiers around me tightened their grips on their weapons, the earth beneath our feet vibrating with the pulse of impending chaos. Each second stretched into infinity, a fragile thread spun from nightmares yet to unfold. I forced myself to breathe, to swallow the bile rising in my throat, wishing for the creative ease of crafting tales instead of living them. The ground trembled as the enemy surged forward, a tide of death and destruction. My mind flickered back to the stories of the past, of tactics whispered in dark corners, of formations crafted like intricate pieces of art. The Byzantine army was a marvel of strategy, a living testament to military genius. Each soldier, from the heavy cavalry to the nimble archers, formed an integral part of a deadly ballet, and yet here we were, teetering on the precipice of annihilation. I remembered the words of my father, long gone but echoing in my mind like a ghost in the night: adaptation is survival. I watched as our line shifted, the cavalry on the flanks, the infantry in tight formation, tightly knit shields forming an unbreakable wall. The tactics were as ancient as the hills, yet they felt fresh, alive under the weight of impending violence. I saw the way Alexios commanded, his voice slicing through the chaos, guiding his men like a maestro conducting an orchestra of war. But beneath the armor, the bravado, lay a palpable fear, an ache of uncertainty. I caught the eyes of Demetrios, a grizzled veteran who had known too much bloodshed. His gaze held a haunted look, a silent admission of the toll that battle exacts from the soul. "We could die today, girl," he muttered, and I could see the cracks in his facade, the way his hands trembled slightly, betraying the bravado of a seasoned warrior. His words hung in the air, heavy with a truth that weighed down like lead. I wanted to scream, to run, to escape this madness that threatened to envelop us. But Alexios's eyes found mine again, pulling me back, grounding me to this moment. He needed me, not just as a recorder of his glory but as a reminder of the world that lay beyond the edge of this battlefield, a world that could be lost in an instant. The clash erupted then, a cacophony of screams, the thunder of hooves, the sickening crunch of bodies meeting the ground. My heart raced, a wild stallion galloping into oblivion, and I could feel the adrenaline surge through my veins as I watched the formation waver, the dance of life and death unfolding with terrifying beauty. The soldiers moved like shadows, blending into the chaos, and yet I could see it, the heart of the Byzantine army, a rhythmic pulse of resilience that refused to yield. I remember feeling the ground shake, the war cries mingling with the haunting melody of impending loss. I wanted to write it down, every moment, every breath, but my hands trembled, the ink blurring as I fought against tears. I was witnessing the fragility of humanity, the essence of life and death colliding in a single heartbeat. The cries of the wounded pierced through the thunder, each sound a reminder that valor often dances on the edge of despair. I saw Alexios leap into the fray, his sword glinting, a beacon of hope in a sea of darkness. Yet with each strike he dealt, a piece of him, of his dreams, died, consumed by the relentless hunger of war. In that moment, as the sun hung low in the sky, I realized that the Byzantine army was not just a military force, it was a tapestry woven from fear and bravery, a testament to the struggle for survival. The shadows of history enveloped us, and I knew that our stories would echo long after the last blow fell. And as I stood there, heart racing, caught between the horrors of battle and the flickering candle of hope, I understood the truth of war, not in its tactics but in its raw, unyielding emotion. We are all soldiers in our own right, facing the battles within and beyond, longing for victory, yet haunted by the specter of loss. Time blurred, and all that mattered was the fight, the pulse of life, and the memories that would linger long after the final breath was taken. The howl of wind pierced the darkened sky, a chilling wail that swept through the hollowed streets of Pavia like a harbinger of doom. I stood there, heart pounding, as shadows danced on the crumbling stone walls, twisted figures of men and beasts alike. In the distance, the clang of swords echoed, a symphony of chaos that thrummed in my bones, each note a reminder that life, as I knew it, was about to fracture. The night was alive with the scent of fear, mingling with the damp earth, and I could taste the metallic tang of blood on my tongue. I remember Rena, her fiery spirit ignited by defiance even as she grasped my hand tight enough to make my fingers ache. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering torches that cast a grotesque glow upon our surroundings. "We can't let them take it," she whispered fiercely, voice trembling yet resolute, as if the very air around us could be infused with her will. "Not our home." I wanted to believe her, to let her fire ignite my own, but doubt gnawed at my insides like a ravenous wolf. The Lombards were relentless, their shadows lurking ever closer, a tide of destruction threatening to drown us. Beside us stood Eric, a warrior whose bravado often drowned out the tremor of his own fears. He tightened the grip on his sword, knuckles white, a mask of confidence plastered on his face. But in his eyes I saw flickers of uncertainty, ghosts of memories that haunted him, each ghost a fallen comrade whose laughter was now replaced by the cold grip of death. "Stay close," he growled, but his voice cracked, betraying the tempest inside him. He was fighting for more than just land, he was fighting for ghosts, for every laugh and every tear shared in this city, now hanging by a thread. As the first clash of steel rang out, I could feel the world shift beneath us, as if the very earth was holding its breath. Fear pulsed through my veins, but it wasn't just fear, it was something darker, more primal, a fierce, burning need to survive, to hold on to what little we had left. I recalled the tales of old, of heroes charging into battle, fearless and unyielding, and I wondered, had they felt this choking dread in the silence before the storm? The screams of the fallen pierced the night, turning it into a macabre lullaby that gripped my heart. We moved, dodging shadows and the sickening crunch of bodies beneath heavy boots. Each step felt like a betrayal, a reminder that survival often meant leaving behind those who once stood beside you. I could hear Rena's breath, quick and shallow, as she clutched at my sleeve like a lifeline, but I could also hear the whispers, the ones that told me I might not be able to save her. "Don't look back," Eric urged, but how could I not? Each glance behind was a reminder of lives unraveling, a tapestry of dreams fraying at the seams. I saw a flash of armor, a glint of steel, and my heart stopped. One of the Lombard raiders loomed, a hulking beast with eyes like coals, hunger evident in every movement. I could almost feel the weight of his gaze, heavy as a tombstone, judging us, sizing us up like a butcher contemplating his next meal. "Keep moving." Eric's voice cut through the haze, and I found my legs obeying, even as my heart screamed to turn back. Rena was still beside me, and I could see the determination in her eyes, a fierce fire that blazed against the encroaching dark. She was more than a friend, she was a beacon, and I was terrified of losing her to this madness. "Rena!" I shouted, the word tearing from my throat like a desperate prayer. "We need to find shelter." But she only shook her head, jaw set, the rebellious spirit of a lioness. "No. We will fight. We can't let them take our city." Her words rang with a reckless hope, but hope was a fragile thing, and I felt the weight of despair loom like storm clouds overhead. And then it happened, sudden, brutal, a lurching agony that split the air. I turned just in time to see Eric fall, the ground erupting into chaos around him as he was dragged into the fray. "No." It was a visceral sound, a roar of anguish that tore through the night. I lunged forward, instinct blazing through me, but the tide of battle swept me back, engulfing me in a vortex of violence. Each breath felt heavier, like the very atmosphere was conspiring against us. I fought against the wave, the cacophony of clashing metal and anguished cries drowning out all reason. I remember the cold sweat on my brow, the sharp edge of my own dagger, how it felt foreign in my hand, an echo of power I didn't know if I possessed. I caught sight of Rena, her fierce visage a mask of defiance, as she swung her weapon with an intensity that made my heart swell and shatter in equal measure. She was a blur of movement, dancing between life and death, every strike a cry for the lost and the damned. I wanted to scream her name, to warn her, but the words crumbled in my throat like ash. And then, in the chaotic maelstrom, our eyes locked. In that fleeting moment, I saw everything, the weight of worlds, the fear of losing each other, the unspoken bond that tied us tighter than any chain. Time slowed, the horror of the battle fading into a distant echo as our minds raced. What would we do if we lost this? If we lost each other? But the universe had a cruel sense of humor. Eric's voice pierced through the chaos, his pain a raw, unfiltered scream that sliced through the air. "Run!" It was a command, a plea, a last desperate hope, and I felt the world shift again. Rena's gaze darted back and forth, torn between duty and love, and in that instant, I understood, we were all ghosts, caught in a dance of shadows. There was no conclusion here, only the fraying edges of a battle that was far from over. The night stretched infinitely, the cosmos spinning as we clung to our fragile humanity, suspended in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. The Lombards and Franks were closing in, a tide of chaos threatening to pull us under, and all I could think of was Rena, Eric, and the haunting beauty of this doomed struggle. And I remember, somewhere deep within the heart of that chaos, a flicker of hope still burned, even if it was just a breath, a heartbeat, a longing for what lay beyond the reach of shadows. The sun hung low, casting a fiery glow over the horizon, as if the heavens themselves were bleeding. The air, thick with dust and the acrid scent of smoke, stung the lungs of those who dared to breathe. A cacophony of clashing swords and anguished cries reverberated through the valley. In the heart of this chaos, a soldier named Khalid stumbled, his eyes wide with terror. he was not just fighting for the land beneath his feet but also for the remnant of his fractured heart. His brother lay crumpled in the dirt, a ghost of the boy who once chased dreams beneath the olive trees. Khalid's breath hitched. He remembered laughter, he remembered joy, now all that remained was an endless, hollow echo. "Stay close," he shouted, desperation clawing at his throat. But the wave of bodies surged like a tempest, relentless and wild. He could hear the whispered prayers of the dying, the unyielding drumbeat of war, thundering like a heartbeat, a pulse of impending doom. Time folded, twisted, spiraled into a vortex of chaos, and Khalid felt the world around him dissolve into an inferno of violence and grief. Then there was Amina, her spirit a fierce flame flickering in the shadows. In her hands, she held a dagger, small but deadly, glinting ominously in the twilight. She had always been the fearless one, the girl who dared to defy tradition, to carve her own path through a world that sought to bind her. As she sprinted through the battlefield, dodging the throngs of men, she screamed, not out of fear but out of fierce determination, a sound that sliced through the clamor like the very blade she wielded. Each step was a memory, each slice through the air was a rebellion against fate. "I remember," she whispered to herself as she ducked under a wild swing. "I remember the stars shining brighter than swords." The thought almost brought her solace amid the storm. Was it madness to dream of peace when surrounded by violence? But she clutched her memories like talismans against despair, clinging to the hope that perhaps, just perhaps, they could reshape the world. Then there was Yasin, a scholar-turned-soldier, struggling with the weight of his own expectations, grappling with the irony of wielding a sword when all he craved were the pages of ancient texts. His mind raced as he darted across the battlefield, dodging death with an agility born from fear and a deep-seated need to protect Amina. He didn't want to fight, he wanted to remind people of poetry, of the beauty that existed outside the clang of steel. But here, in this moment, he was just another blade in the darkness, a flickering candle threatened by the wind. "I remember the verses," he murmured to himself, his heart pounding like a war drum. "I remember the stories we shared under the starlit sky." Every line he recited felt like a life preserver in a sea of blood. The chaos devoured reason, but the rhythm of the words gave him strength. He was both a warrior and a dreamer, a contradiction in the flesh, struggling to reconcile his purpose. The confrontation loomed ahead, a clash not merely of armies, but of ideologies, of beliefs steeped in centuries of tradition and the flickering promise of something new. The caliphate's banners flapped like spectral wings in the wind, symbols of a power that threatened to consume them all. The shadows whispered of conquest and bloodshed, but within that darkness, Khalid, Amina, and Yasin stood resolute, a triad of despair and hope. Amina lunged forward, her dagger aimed at the heart of a foe, a young man, no older than her brother, his face twisted with rage and fear. She faltered for a moment, recognizing the spark of humanity behind his desperate eyes. "What is worth killing for?" she shouted, the question echoing through the cacophony. He hesitated, and in that fleeting moment, she saw it, doubt, confusion, the flicker of a shared understanding. But the crunch of boots echoed close, and the moment shattered like glass, replaced by the urgency of survival. She struck true, the blade biting into flesh, the warmth soaking her hands. The life drained from his eyes, and she felt a part of her own soul fracture and bleed into the ground. Khalid felt the weight of her loss, he could sense it in the air, a shift as sharp as the edge of a sword. "Amina," he cried, his voice raw with anguish. He surged forward, fighting not just for victory but for the very essence of who they were, for the dreams they had shared, now suspended in the balance between life and death. Each clash of steel against steel reverberated through his bones, a grim symphony of conflict that threatened to drown the last remnants of hope. Yasin fought alongside them, his heart racing as he penned verses in his mind even as he swung his sword. "This is not our story," he shouted, challenging the fate that enveloped them. "We are more than this death. We are words, we are dreams." But the battle raged, and the ground became a canvas painted with loss and longing, the echoes of their cries swallowed by the night. The dark sky loomed overhead, a witness to their struggle, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the outcome of this clash, a collision of fervor and ideology, of yearning and despair. Time spun out of control, and the world narrowed to their heartbeats, each pulse a reminder of life, of the price they paid for their choices. And just as the tide of battle shifted, a figure emerged, the Caliph's general, an imposing shadow that swallowed light. Khalid felt his heart stutter, that familiar dread that clawed at him, whispering of inevitable doom. Amina steeled herself, and Yasin summoned every ounce of courage, but in that moment of grim recognition, they understood. They were trapped in the web of history, caught between the desires of the past and the uncertain promise of the future. The confrontation was imminent, and the air crackled with tension, a silent promise of chaos yet to come. Each breath felt heavy, laden with the weight of dreams deferred and destinies entwined. The battlefield stretched endlessly before them, a testimony to the rise of a new world, yet haunted by the ghosts of what once was. Here, at the edge of everything, in a moment suspended in time, they stood together, Khalid, Amina, Yasin, three souls intertwined, grappling with the heart of conflict. The stars above twinkled, indifferent to their struggles, yet each flicker seemed to beckon them forward, urging them into the fray, into the unknown. And so, their story continued, a relentless dance of hope and despair, a tapestry woven with the threads of dreams and blood, forever unfolding against the backdrop of history's merciless march. The night had just begun, and the world was waiting. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke curling from the torches lining the stone walls of the ancient city. Shadows danced like restless spirits, flitting between lives caught in the throes of desperation and hope. I stood there, heart pounding, the weight of 1,000 dreams pressing on my chest. Outside, night wrapped its cold fingers around the bustling market, but inside, the atmosphere was alive with the fervor of creation and catastrophe. "Tell me it's not true," whispered a voice, raw and trembling. It belonged to Stoyan, eyes wide, reflecting the flickering flame. Each word dripped with disbelief, echoing the fear that gripped us all. "Tell me they didn't burn the library." His hands shook, and I could see the shadows of lost knowledge flicker across his face. It was more than parchment and ink he mourned, it was a legacy, a lifeline to a past that still sang its siren song in his blood. Vasilina stood across from us, steadfast yet shattered, the weight of her ambition crashing down like waves against the cliffs, relentless and brutal. "We must act, Stoyan." "The world doesn't wait for our despair," she cried, voice rising above the murmurs of the crowd. Her spirit was a firefly trapped in a jar, desperate for freedom yet terrified of the dark. The city was at a precipice, and every heartbeat echoed the urgency coursing through her veins. I could smell the rich spices from the market, mingled with the acrid tang of smoke and fear. They bathed once a year, and yet here we were, living in a world both beautiful and grotesque, where art and death mingled like old friends. I remembered the stories whispered in dimly lit taverns, of poets and philosophers who carved thoughts into stone. But tonight, the ghosts of those dreams hovered, hovering like a bitter mist. "We have nothing left," Stoyan said, chin trembling. "What can art do when the world burns?" His words were sharp, cutting through the haze, revealing the raw nerve of despair. I felt a shard of ice stab into my heart, and the truth of his anguish resonated within me. What is art without an audience? What is beauty when it can be snuffed out like a candle? Vasilina stepped closer, fierce as a lioness protecting her cubs. "Art is life, Stoyan. It's what makes us human." Her voice cut through the gloom, alive with passion. "If we let them silence us, we become ghosts ourselves." Her hands, strong yet delicate, trembled as she reached for the remnants of what was left, fragments of manuscripts, paintings, dreams, each one a piece of the mosaic we were fighting to preserve. In that moment, time stretched and twisted, the past crashing against the present like waves upon a shore. I remembered the laughter of children, the songs of the bards, tales spinning into the night. The stars above felt distant, cold and indifferent, watching as we grappled with the enormity of our reality. "Who will remember us if we give in?" I whispered, a plea for strength amidst the chaos. My voice felt small, swallowed by the shadows. But Vasilina's gaze was unyielding, her eyes glinting with a fire that spoke of defiance. "We will make them remember." It was a promise, burning bright against the encroaching darkness. I could feel my own pulse quicken, a flicker of hope igniting in the abyss of despair. "We will rise from these ashes and paint the sky with our fury." The night grew heavy with anticipation, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. What if we fail? Stoyan's voice trembled, the fear clawing at his words. What if our dreams perish with us? Then we die unbroken. Vasilina shot back, each syllable a hammer striking the anvil of our fate. She reached for Stoyan, her fingers gripping his shoulder, grounding him as if they were two ships caught in the same tempest. We owe it to every soul that came before us, to the ones who dared to dream. I felt the weight of her words, each one wrapping around my heart like a vine, pulling me into a pulse of collective determination. We were not alone. The shadows whispered promises of resilience, curling around us like a cloak against the night. The laughter of the market echoed in my mind, memories of vibrant colors, the flash of silk against skin, the rich, intoxicating aroma of spiced meats that lingered in the air. Then came the memories of laughter silenced, of dreams snuffed out. Would we let that happen again? Would we allow our voices to be silenced by the weight of despair? Then let us create, I murmured, feeling the tide of inspiration surge. Even if it's just for ourselves. The words came out stronger than I felt, an invocation against the dark. Let us carve our spirit into every stone, splash our joy across every canvas. Let them hear us. Stoyan looked at us, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of the hope we had ignited. A rebellion of hearts and minds, he breathed, and for the first time, I could see the fire catch in his eyes. I stood at the precipice of this moment, the weight of history heavy upon my shoulders. And yet, I felt light, buoyed by the understanding that we were not just fighting for ourselves. We were fighting for the echoes of those who had come before, and the dreams of those yet to be born. Outside, the night deepened, and the chill wrapped around us, but inside, a fire began to burn anew. The library had fallen, and yet our spirit remained unbroken. The Macedonian Renaissance was more than history, it was our heartbeat, pulsing in time with the universe. And as we stood together, shadows and light intertwining, I knew this was just the beginning. Let them watch, I said, feeling the echo of something profound stirring within. Let them see what it means to soar. The darkness seemed to ripple with our resolve, the night whispering our names as we prepared to etch our story against the cosmos. The air was thick with the scent of burning candles and the sweat of unwashed bodies, a heady mix that hung over the palace chamber like a shroud. Shadows danced on the walls as the flickering flames cast familiar shapes, twisting and warping the faces of those gathered. I could taste the tension, sharp as a blade drawn too quickly from its sheath. The walls echoed with whispers, thoughts of treachery and alliances swirling like the smoke from the candles, each flicker a heartbeat, a countdown to something monumental. Across the room stood Helena, her face a mask of fierce determination, yet I could see the tremor in her hands, the way she clutched the edge of her gown like a lifeline. She was the jewel of the Byzantine court, a woman of unparalleled beauty and intellect, yet the weight of her fate lay heavy on her shoulders. Hadn't she just been promised to the prince of a rival kingdom? A pawn in a Game of Thrones, she was far more than a mere bargaining chip. I remember her laughter, light and airy, ringing like chimes in a summer breeze, but now that sound was drowned out by the thudding of my heart, by the fear that threatened to consume us all. Then there was Alexios, the brooding general, his dark eyes smoldering with unspoken desires and buried fears. I watched him pace like a caged lion, each step echoing his internal struggle. He had loved Helena in silence, a love that bled from the very marrow of his bones, yet duty called him to support her in her marriage to another. I remember the way he would throw back his head and laugh, a sound that could light up the darkest corners of the world. But now, it was as if a fog had descended upon him, a suffocating shroud that turned even the brightest sunlight into nothing but a dull, filtered glow. Tonight, Helena breathed, her voice a mere whisper, tonight could change everything. The weight of those words hung heavy in the air, laden with possibility, with the foreboding scent of blood and betrayal. I could feel the shadows creeping closer, pressing in as if they too were part of the plot. Would the marriage go through? Would her heart be shattered, or would love find a way to bloom amidst the thorns? And then came the clock, ticking steadily in the background. Each second a reminder of the fragility of time, of how quickly everything could change. I felt it gnawing at my soul, a relentless reminder that life, like a game of chess, could turn with just a single move. The laughter that once filled this space now felt like a ghost, haunting us with what could have been. A shout erupted from beyond the heavy wooden doors, the sound of metal clashing, of men grunting and growling like beasts. My breath caught in my throat. "What is happening?" I gasped, the words barely escaping my lips. Helena and Alexios exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They had both been caught in the net of politics, but now the stakes were far more than mere alliances. Their lives, their love, hung in the balance, and I was but a witness, an outsider peering into the abyss. "Stay close," Alexios commanded, stepping forward, a glimmer of resolve brightening the darkness swirling in his chest. I saw the spark of the man he had once been, a leader willing to fight for what he believed in, not merely for the Empire but for Helena. It was fascinating and horrifying to witness, the way he dared to hope even when the world around him threatened to crumble. "Do not throw your life away for me," Helena said, her voice trembling, each syllable laced with both fear and strength. "You are a general, you have your duty." Her words cut through the air, sharp and raw, a stark reminder of the sacrifices entwined in their lives. I felt the pull of their emotional conflict, the magnetic current drawing them together even as the world urged them apart. As the clash grew louder, it was no longer a mere battle for territory or power, it morphed into something personal, with each clang of metal resonating through my very being. Each heartbeat echoed the call for allegiance, a cry for loyalty that would either bind them together or rip them apart. I could almost see the threads of fate weaving around them, tightening, pulling as if the universe itself had taken a keen interest in their dilemma. "Alexios," Helena's voice was a soft plea, the very sound of desperation wrapped in love. "You must not let them take me. I cannot bear to be lost to this madness." And in that moment, standing in the dim light of flickering candles, I understood the depths of their bond. It was not merely a love story, it was a testament to the human spirit, the way it seeks to break free from the shackles of obligation. They stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of a decision that would change the course of their lives forever. The door burst open, revealing soldiers clad in armor smeared with the grime of battle, faces twisted with rage. My breath hitched as chaos erupted, the sound of clashing swords drowning out my thoughts. I felt the heat of fear wash over me, the pulse of adrenaline electrifying my veins. In that moment, everything, the past, the present, the future, collapsed into an unbearable weight of choices. Helena and Alexios were caught in a tempest, their destinies unfolding like petals of a flower blooming in a storm. The room was alive with the raw energy of conflict, a churning sea of emotions that threatened to swallow us whole. I remember the shadows stretching across the floor, reaching for us, whispering secrets of what lay ahead. Would they triumph, or would they fall, consumed by the very ambitions that sought to bind them? The air crackled with an intensity that felt both frightening and exhilarating, a dangerous dance on the edge of oblivion. And as I stood there, frozen in the moment, I realized that this was more than just a battle for alliances or marriages. It was about love, sacrifice, and the relentless pursuit of hope in a world steeped in darkness. The clock kept ticking, and time slipped through our fingers like sand, leaving us to grapple with the swirling chaos around us, forever caught between what was and what might have been. And in that suspended moment, when the world held its breath, I could only hope that the heart would find its way through the labyrinth of betrayal, emerging intact on the other side. Blood-soaked banners fluttered in the wind, carrying the acrid scent of iron mingled with the fragrant death of olive trees scorched by the relentless sun. I stood amid the chaos, the cries of men mingling with the whispers of fate, as the earth itself trembled under the weight of 1,000 hearts beating in sync with the drums of war. I remember the moment when I saw it, the glint of steel slicing through the air, the flash of a sword as it found its mark. In that instant, everything fell silent, a hush that gripped my throat like a vice. Richard, the Lionheart, stood at the front, his eyes wild with the fervor of battle, the very embodiment of heroism and hubris. He was a man torn, a lion in a world of sheep and wolves, fueled by glory yet haunted by the shadows of his own ambition. I felt his pulse as if it were my own, every thud mirroring the rhythm of my own insatiable thirst for meaning in the madness surrounding us. "It is God's will," he roared, but I knew, inside that sacred roar, a man grappled with the abyss of his own despair. And then there was Amina, a woman whose spirit flickered like a candle in a tempest. She stood defiantly on the fringes, her heart like a drum echoing the fears of those who had lost everything to the fires of war. I watched as she scavenged through the remnants of a village now reduced to ashes, hands trembling, fingers brushing against the charred remains of hope. Each piece she gathered felt like a memory, each fragment a ghost of the life she once held dear. I remember her eyes, fierce and unyielding, yet tinged with the unbearable weight of sorrow, a mirror reflecting the cries of those who had no voice. Together, we were caught in this storm, Richard, Amina, and me, a trifecta of raw emotion. I felt the tension coiling like a serpent, each moment a countdown to an inevitable explosion. I was the observer, yet intertwined, each heartbeat echoing with the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The very air crackled with potential, a tapestry woven with threads of ambition, loss, and the haunting specter of dreams deferred. "Do you believe in destiny?" Amina asked, her voice a soft tremor amidst the cacophony. I didn't answer. Instead, I felt the weight of history pressing down, the unseen hands of the past steering us toward an unknown future. Richard swung his sword, deflecting a blow with a ferocity that sent shockwaves through the crowd, and I watched as men fell, their souls departing like whispers carried away by the wind. Each breath I took tasted bitter, like iron mixed with ash, and I wondered if this was what it meant to be alive, clinging to the precipice of fate while the world crumbled around us. I remember the night spent beneath a canopy of stars, the same constellations guiding us through the chaos. The moon hung like a sentinel, watching over the bloodshed and the glory, illuminating the faces of those who fought not just for land, but for their very souls. Richard, always the hero, spoke of honor and the kingdom, his voice a thunderous call to arms. But I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a fleeting moment when the weight of his choices threatened to crush him. The war was a canvas, splattered with the colors of opportunity, yet beneath the surface lurked the grotesque reality of catastrophe. Amina, her heart a fragile bird in a cage of iron bars, whispered of dreams, a life beyond the sword, beyond the ashes. The wind carried her voice, fragile yet resolute, and in that moment, I felt the specter of hope rise like a phoenix from the ruins. "We are more than this. We must be more than this," she pleaded, and I wanted to believe her, wanted to believe that amidst the destruction, life could bloom once more. Yet, the shadows danced around us, reminding me of the ghosts of the fallen, their silent screams echoing in the dark. Days turned into nights, and nights into a blur of blood and fire. The battlefield morphed into a grotesque theater, where every act was a tragedy played out in the name of faith, freedom, and ambition. I watched Richard lead men with rallying cries, each step forward a promise of glory, yet behind the bravado lay a fracture, a crack in the armor of a man who knew the price of victory was often the very soul of humanity. He wore his crown like a shackle, and I felt the tendrils of despair creeping closer, whispering secrets of betrayal and loss. With every clash of steel, I found myself spiraling deeper into the abyss. Amina's voice echoed in my mind, urging me to remember the beauty that once was, the laughter that echoed through the streets of a village that now lay in ruin. "What will become of us?" I whispered into the darkness, seeking answers from the void. But the silence that followed was deafening, a cruel reminder of the cost of ambition, the cost of seeking something greater than ourselves. As the siege reached its fever pitch, the air thick with tension, the final confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon. Richard, the lion-hearted king, faced his foes with the ferocity of a wounded beast, while Amina stood on the edge of despair, torn between love for a man blinded by ambition and the dream of a life unscarred by war. I felt the weight of their choices press into me, the pulse of their lives intertwining with my own. In that moment, as swords clashed and the earth shook beneath our feet, I realized we were all but marionettes dancing on the strings of fate, our strings tangled in the chaos of a world determined to devour us whole. I looked into their eyes, saw the fire and the fear, and understood that the true battle lay not just in the clash of steel, but within the very souls of those who dared to dream amidst the ruins. And as the night fell, wrapping us in the embrace of darkness, I felt a shiver of anticipation, a heartbeat of inevitability. The curtain was about to rise on the final act, and the questions lingered like ghosts in the air. What is the cost of ambition? What price must we pay for glory? And in this theater of war, who would emerge not as victors, but as survivors? I remember the echo of those questions lingering in the void, and I knew, deep in my bones, that the real crusade had only just begun. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and fear, a pungent reminder of the devastation unfolding in the heart of Constantinople. I could taste the ashes on my tongue, bitter and metallic, as the cries of the dying pierced the night. Buildings that had stood for centuries, monuments of faith and culture, crumbled like sandcastles under the weight of rage. I remember looking into the eyes of a soldier, a knight, once noble, now a ghost of his former self. His gaze was hollow, as if he carried the weight of 1,000 sins. "For God," he muttered, his voice rasping against the chaos, but what God was that? Was it the God of mercy who now watched in silence, or a cruel deity who thrived on our suffering? Henri, my friend, my brother in arms, stood beside me, his face a mask of disbelief. He had come here seeking redemption, a chance to atone for past mistakes, but all he found was the blood of innocents staining his hands. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of hope dimming, replaced by a desperate urge to escape the encroaching darkness. "We've lost our way," he whispered, as if confessing to the very walls that threatened to close in around us. I wanted to reassure him, but the truth was a churning storm within me. We were all lost, and this city would consume us whole. The moon hung low, a pale witness to the horror, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms across the cobblestone streets. I remember the moment the gates fell, the groaning wood, the splintering iron, and then the rush, a tide of bodies and steel surging forward. It was a frenzy fueled by anger and a lust for what lay beyond. We were the tide, and the city was our prey. In that instant, I felt a thrill, a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins, but it was quickly swallowed by the weight of dread settling in my chest. "Stop!" I shouted, but my voice was lost in the cacophony. I watched as Henri raised his sword, a glimmering extension of his shattered ideals, and charged into the fray. There was a moment then, a heartbeat suspended in time, where I saw him transform from a man into a monster. I wanted to reach for him, to pull him back from the edge, but the abyss had already gripped him. "Forgive me," I whispered, but forgiveness was a luxury we could not afford. As we poured into the city, the cries of children and the wails of mothers filled the air, weaving a tapestry of anguish that haunted my every step. I remember a girl, no older than 10, her wide eyes brimming with tears, clutching a doll that had seen better days. She looked at me with such unfiltered fear that I felt the ground shift beneath my feet. I could have spared her, could have turned away, but instead, I pressed on, driven by a savage instinct that gnawed at the edges of my humanity. The thought of her face would linger long after the fires died down, a ghost that would shadow my every thought. Night deepened, and with it, the savagery escalated. There was a thrill in the chaos, a sense of freedom I had not known before, but it was tainted, like a sweet fruit that hides a rotten core. I remember slashing through a line of defenders, my sword biting into flesh, the spray of blood warm against my skin, and yet, the victory felt hollow. Each swing of my weapon echoed a question in my mind: at what cost? The answer slipped through my fingers like sand. Henri, too, was swept away in the tide, and I lost sight of him in the chaos, a fleeting silhouette in a world gone mad. I could only hope he had not succumbed to the darkness, but deep down, a part of me feared that he was lost as the city itself. The heart of Constantinople lay before us, a jewel, a treasure, and as we breached the palace gates, the opulence struck me like a blow. Gold and silk adorned the walls, relics of a culture once admired, now a mere backdrop to our destruction. I remember stepping into the grand hall, the air thick with the scent of perfumed oils, and the laughter of the past ringing in my ears like a haunting melody. But that laughter was soon drowned out by the screams of those we found within, their sanctuary turned to a slaughterhouse. I was drawn to a woman, her beauty radiant even in terror. She was a queen, a figure of strength caught in the throes of despair. I saw the flicker of hope die in her eyes, the moment she realized that her world was crumbling. "Please," she begged, her voice trembling. "We can negotiate." But negotiation was for men with souls, and in that moment, our souls were nowhere to be found. In the depths of my soul, a conflict raged. I wanted to save her, to shield her from the madness that engulfed us, but I was shackled to the tide, a willing participant in this horror. I remember the moment I made my choice, the weight of it settling like stone in my gut. I turned away, leaving her to the wolves, and even as I walked, I could feel the shadow of her gaze piercing through me, a knife twisting deeper with every step. Hours bled into one another, time losing its meaning amidst the carnage. I found Henri again, stained and bruised, but alive. He looked at me with a mixture of relief and despair, and I knew he felt the same chasm opening within him. "What have we done?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, and I had no answers, only the echo of screams in my head and the spectre of every innocent face we'd forsaken. The dawn broke, but it brought no comfort. Instead, it illuminated the ruins of our actions, a city laid bare, a people devastated, and hearts forever scarred. I remember the silence that followed the storm, a heavy stillness that wrapped itself around us like a shroud. It was a silence that screamed louder than the horrors of the night, a reminder that we had traded our souls for blood and glory. As I stood amidst the ruins, my heart heavy with the weight of what we had become, I felt the world around me shift, the fabric of time stretching and bending. This was not an end, it was merely a beginning, a cycle that would echo through the ages, leaving behind ghosts that would haunt us long after the fires had burned out. And I knew that though we may have claimed victory, in truth, we had lost everything. The air is thick with dread, the kind that curls in your lungs and clings to your skin. I stand in the shadows of the crumbling walls of Constantinople, heart pounding in sync with the distant thrum of chaos. The sun hangs low, casting an orange-red hue over the city, like the blood of a dying beast. I remember the whispers, the hushed prayers of the faithful, the frantic scribbles of strategists in the dead of night, their faces gaunt with despair. These were not mere fears, they were the echoes of an empire unraveling. I remember Alexios, a soldier with eyes that burned with unyielding loyalty, a fierce protector of his city, now reduced to a trembling shadow of himself. His hands, once firm and steady on his sword, now shake as he grips the hilt, his knuckles white with anxiety. A chill of panic grips him, and all he can think about is the siege, the relentless horde at the gates. "It's just a matter of time," he murmurs, but I can hear the cracks in his voice. The walls of his heart are crumbling just as surely as those of this ancient city. "Every man has his breaking point," he whispers, glancing toward the distant echoes of war. I feel the weight of his fear, not just for himself but for his family, for the life he's built within these walls. A life that may vanish with the next blow of a battering ram. Then there's Sophia, a seamstress-turned spy, weaving threads of rebellion amidst the fabric of despair. Her laughter once rang through the marketplace like a joyous bell, but now her smile is a mere mask, a facade behind which she hides her terror. She watches, waiting for signs, for whispers of hope amidst the terror. "Hope is a cruel mistress," she says, her voice barely above a whisper, as she stitches together the remnants of her shattered dreams. She flirts with you, only to stab you in the back. I can see her hands move deftly, skillfully, but each needle prick feels like a stab in the heart. She holds onto her art, a threadbare sanctuary against the encroaching darkness, but even the fabric seems to lose its color, fading under the weight of impending doom. I understand that she is holding onto the past, clutching at memories of laughter and light as the shadows grow long. And then there's the city itself, a living entity, breathing and weeping. The streets are filled with the sounds of despair, cries of the wounded, the wails of mothers searching for lost children, the guttural shouts of soldiers caught in the throes of battle. I remember the sweet scent of spices that used to fill the air, now replaced by smoke and blood. There's a ghost of a time when the Byzantine Empire stood tall, a beacon of culture and power, now reduced to a trembling husk, clinging to life as the Ottomans advance, a relentless tide threatening to swallow it whole. As darkness descends, the city's heart starts to beat faster. The walls are a patchwork of memories, and each crack tells a story of a failed alliance, of betrayal, of the weight of centuries pressing down. What have we become? I hear Alexios lament, staring into the distance as if searching for answers in the swirling shadows. We were once invincible, now look at us. His voice trembles with emotion, raw and aching. His reality fractures with every passing moment, his dreams collapsing like the very stones of the city. I remember the night the sky split open with the sound of thunder as the cannons roared, a cacophony of destruction that felt like the very bones of the earth being shattered. The streets became rivers of chaos, and the air was thick with the tang of gunpowder and fear. Sophia clutched my arm, her nails digging into my flesh, a reminder that we are still alive, still breathing amidst the tempest. We are lost. "We are nothing but ghosts in this city of ghosts," she said, her eyes wide with terror, reflecting the flickering flames. But in that moment of despair, a flicker of rebellion sparked, a desperate hope ignited in the hearts of those who refused to surrender. "Fight!" Alexios shouted, his voice rising above the din, a rallying cry that echoed through the streets, igniting something in the air. "We may lose everything, but we will not lose our spirit." His defiance resonated, an electric current surging through the throngs of soldiers and civilians alike. I remember the clash of steel and the cries of the fallen as the two sides collided, a brutal dance of life and death. With every sweep of Alexios' sword, I felt the weight of 1,000 dreams lost, each strike a desperate plea to save the city, to save everything he loved. Sophia's heart raced in time with the chaos, her spirit ignited as she joined the fray, her once careful hands now wielding a dagger, a symbol of her determination to fight for her home. But as the night drags on, I remember the bitterness of defeat. It seeps into the cracks of the city, twisting and gnawing at the hearts of its defenders. I can see it in Alexios' eyes, the flickering light of hope dimming as the dawn approaches. "What if we lose?" he asks, voice trembling, a question that hangs heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of the stakes. "What if we lose everything?" Sophia, battling her own demons, replies, "Then we'll go down fighting. We'll become the stuff of legends, not just ghosts." Her words pierce through the despair like a beacon, a reminder that even in the depths of darkness, the human spirit can still wrestle with the shadows, igniting sparks of rebellion in the face of annihilation. The siege continues, relentless, like time itself, a cruel, unyielding force. As the sun rises, casting a pale light over the devastation, I feel the weight of inevitability crash down. The air thickens, heavy with the scent of defeat, yet deep inside, I hold on to a glimmer of hope, a whisper that refuses to be silenced. In this moment, as the city trembles on the brink of oblivion, I remember, this isn't just a story of loss, it's a testament to resilience, to the ghosts of a fallen empire that refuse to fade quietly into the night. The heartbeats resonate, echoing in the silence between breaths, and I know this struggle, this haunting dance between hope and despair, will never truly end. The shadows stretch long, promising that the fight will continue, even as the dawn breaks over the ruins of a once great city. The clamor of the city echoed like a heartbeat, each thud a reminder that life is fragile, that power is but a flickering candle in the storm. I was there, caught in the shadows of the palace, the air thick with tension, as whispers of betrayal coiled around me like serpents. "You must choose," a voice rasped, haunting and despairing, piercing through the cacophony of the streets below. The words felt like a dagger, twisted and sharp, as my heart raced, caught in a relentless squeeze of fear and duty. Time felt suspended, a clock frozen in a moment where the world held its breath. I remember the faces of those who stood with me, my brother, Manuel, his brow furrowed with uncertainty, the weight of the crown pressing down like a leaden shroud. His eyes flickered, haunted by dreams of glory that danced just beyond his reach. "Do we fight, or do we surrender?" he asked, his voice trembling, echoing the doubts that swirled inside me like a tempest. Yet there was something more, a desperation in his gaze, a plea for understanding that cut deeper than any sword. I remember the chill of the stone walls, the way they seemed to weep with history, a history of glory and failure, of love and loss. It was all tangled up in the bloodlines of the Palaiologos, a legacy that felt like a curse, binding us to a fate we could scarcely comprehend. I choked back the bitterness rising in my throat as I thought of our ancestors, their triumphs echoing in the past like a distant battle cry. But here I stood, a mere shadow of their greatness, surrounded by the ghosts of my family, specters that haunted my every decision. "Choose," the voice hissed again, a cruel reminder of the reality looming beyond those heavy doors. I felt the weight of time, a relentless march towards an uncertain future. My heart was a drum, pounding with the rhythm of dread, as I tried to reconcile the dream of an empire with the very real possibility of its demise. My sister, Theodora, stood at my side, her fingers trembling as they traced the hilt of her dagger. "We cannot let them take what is ours," she declared, fire sparking in her eyes, but even as she spoke, I saw the flicker of doubt dance behind her fierce facade. The city roared beyond those walls, a cacophony of hope and despair, the cries of the people, desperate and yearning, mingled with the drums of war. I could feel their cries vibrating through the stones beneath my feet, as if the very earth we stood upon demanded an answer. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and fear, mingling with the distant hint of smoke curling into the twilight sky. I closed my eyes, letting the chaos wash over me, pulling me into memories of laughter in the gardens, sunsets over the Bosporus, the sweet innocence of days long past. But those days felt like a dream now, slipping through my fingers like sand. I was caught in a web of duty, love, and betrayal, the threads weaving a tapestry of despair that threatened to consume us all. "You know what you must do," Manuel whispered, his voice low and urgent, the flicker of candlelight casting wavering shadows on his face, making him appear more ghost than man. I wanted to scream, to shake him and demand clarity, but the hard truth settled like a stone in my stomach. What was nobility but a gilded cage? What did it matter if we fought for a throne that was slowly crumbling beneath our feet? The laughter of children echoed in my ears, an absurd juxtaposition to the nightmare unfolding before us. They wouldn't understand, the weight of our lineage, of the Palaiologos, was too heavy for innocent hearts. "Look," Theodora said, her voice suddenly calm, as if she had drawn strength from the very shadows that encased us. "In every night, there is a dawn. We must not lose hope." But I could see the fracture in her resolve, the way her hand shook as she clutched that dagger, a weapon meant for both offense and defense. "But at what price?" I replied, my voice barely a whisper, as if the walls themselves might hear my treasonous thoughts. The pulse of the city surged again, louder this time, each beat a call to arms. I could almost hear the footsteps of our ancestors, marching alongside us in that moment, ghosts of glory and tragedy bound together in an eternal waltz. I felt the fabric of history tugging at my chest, urging me forward even as the shadows closed in. "I remember," I whispered, as if recalling a faded tune. "I remember the stories of our father, of how he held the weight of the world on his shoulders, how he wore the crown like a noose." I could see Manuel flinch at the mention of our father's legacy, the line between honor and burden blurring like the fog rolling in from the sea. Yet here we stand, at the brink of our own choices, ready to etch our names into the annals of time, or be forgotten like whispers in the wind. The weight of the moment pressed down upon us, thick and suffocating. I wanted to scream, to tear down the walls that held us captive, yet the silence was deafening, a testament to the struggle within. It was as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for our decision, for a flicker of light or the darkness of despair. "Together," Theodora said, finally breaking the silence, her voice steady now, a beacon in the encroaching night. "We stand together, no matter the outcome." And in that moment, beneath the weight of our legacy, I felt a flicker of resolve ignite within me, fragile but real. Our bond, the very marrow of our bloodline, pulsed with possibility, a defiance that could not be snuffed out. But as the echoes of our ancestors faded into the distance, the ghosts of the past, the specters of what could be, loomed larger than life, reminding us that every choice comes with a price, one that we might not be ready to pay. And as I stood there, heart racing like a wild stallion, I knew this was not just a moment, it was the beginning of a battle that would etch itself into the very fabric of time, a fight for a legacy that might either save us or doom us forever. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and blood. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, as the cries of the dying echoed in my ears. Flames danced like demons, licking at the remnants of what had once been a proud city. The walls, once a testament to our strength, crumbled under the relentless assault of the Ottoman cannons, their thunderous roars a cacophony that drowned every thought, every plea for mercy. I remember clenching my fists, the roughness of the stone wall biting into my palm, grounding me in this hellscape. In the distance, silhouettes emerged through the haze, soldiers, marching relentlessly, an unstoppable force clad in armor that glinted ominously under the burning sun. The Ottomans had come, and with them, the promise of annihilation. I could see him, a figure among the ranks, a man who had been my friend once, Emir Alim. His eyes, once filled with laughter, now mirrored the coldness of the blade he wielded. "Why, Alim?" I shouted, my voice lost in the chaos. "Why fight for them?" He turned, a flicker of recognition crossing his face, momentarily breaking through the fog of war. But the moment passed, his features hardened, morphing into the mask of a soldier. "It is not for them, but for us," he replied, words soaked in an allegiance that twisted my gut. We are all that stands between our families and the abyss. I felt the tremors of that abyss deep in my bones. It whispered to me, promise me solace through surrender, yet I knew that giving up was a luxury I could not afford. My family, my love, they were out there, lost in the flames or hidden in the shadows. Every heartbeat echoed the truth, I could not abandon them. Then there was Layla, my heart's compass, a woman with a spirit bright enough to pierce the darkness, yet trapped in a fate that felt all too grim. I could see her through the smoke, a spectre in a tattered dress, eyes wide with terror as she clutched our daughter, the embodiment of innocence amidst the chaos. I remember the days when I thought I could be a hero, when I envisioned a future free of strife. But now those dreams felt like ghosts haunting me, mocking my every hope. "Take her away!" I shouted, and the words felt like shards of glass in my throat. "Run! Please!" But Layla stood firm, her determination a wall against the storm. "I won't leave you." Her voice trembled, but there was fire in her eyes. "You're all that we have left." That fire ignited my resolve, yet terror clawed at my insides. Time was slipping away, the clock of our lives ticking ominously, and I could feel the weight of every second dragging me down. I glanced back at Alim, his figure now a blend of friend and foe, caught in the turmoil of our fractured history. With a roar, the cannons unleashed another volley, sending a tremor through the ground. The earth quaked beneath me, the world shaking, as if the very heavens were rebelling against the horrors below. I braced myself against the wall, forcing my gaze to lock onto Alim's. "We were brothers." The words hung in the air, heavy with the burden of our shared past. He hesitated, just a heartbeat, but it was enough to ignite the flames of memory. I remembered the laughter we shared over cups of bitter tea, the dreams of a brighter future woven between the two of us. But those dreams felt like smoke now, dissipating into the shadows of conflict, overshadowed by blood debts and divided loyalties. "Brothers fight for their families," he said, his voice wavering, a crack in the armor of conviction. "I fight for my people." And as I stood there, caught in the cyclone of emotion, I realized the truth. This war was not just about conquest, but about identity, about belonging. But what did that mean when the very essence of our humanity crumbled under the weight of swords and hatred? I rushed toward him, driven by desperation, fueled by the ache in my heart. "No. You're losing yourself. This isn't who you are." But before I could reach him, the ground erupted, shrapnel flying like angry birds, my world exploded in a cacophonous symphony of despair. I fell, the taste of dirt and ash filling my mouth, the screams of the innocent piercing the air like arrows. In that moment, I saw Layla's face, her eyes wide with terror, and the realization hit me like a thunderbolt. I couldn't lose her. I couldn't lose her to this nightmare. "Layla!" I called, scrambling to my feet, heart racing, lungs burning. I squeezed through the throngs of panicked bodies, past the wreckage of our lives. I knew I was running on borrowed time, every second stretching longer than a lifetime, each heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. I found her, cradling our child, tears streaming down her face as she held on tightly, fiercely, as if the world itself could not tear us apart. "We have to go," I yelled, the urgency clawing at me like a beast. But she wouldn't budge. "There's no place to run," she cried, desperation tinging her voice. "The Ottomans will hunt us down." "No!" I shouted, grabbing her shoulders, feeling the warmth of her skin beneath my fingers, anchoring me to this moment. "We will not let them take our hope." The shadows were closing in, and in that moment, time stood still, an eternal pause filled with the weight of decisions that could shatter our lives. The city was falling, our world collapsing around us, and all that remained was love, a flickering flame amidst the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume us whole. And then I saw him at the limb, on the fringes of the chaos, a ghost of the man who had once stood beside me, torn between duty and friendship. He raised his sword, but his eyes were lost, searching for something that felt just out of reach. "A limb!" I screamed, my voice hoarse with emotion. "Fight for us! Join us!" But as the chaos swirled, it became clear, there would be no turning back. The echoes of history, of rivalry and conquest loomed large, and we were mere players in a game far greater than ourselves. The world was changing, and all that remained was the burning question: what price would we pay for our humanity when everything else had been stripped away? And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the answer lingered in the air, heavy and suffocating, promising a confrontation that would change everything. The air hangs heavy with dread, thick enough to drown even the bravest of hearts. A lone candle flickers, casting trembling shadows that dance across the crumbling stone walls of the city. The night whispers secrets, torn between the echoes of laughter and the cries of the dying. I stand amongst the remnants of a once great empire, my soul caught in the vice of impending doom. The whispers grow louder, a chorus of ghosts, echoes of Byzantium, cries of the lost, the memories of 1,000 years crumbling beneath the weight of fate. I remember the day the walls trembled, a shudder that rippled through the heart of Constantinople. It was just a fleeting moment, but it marked the beginning of everything. I remember the people, their faces etched with the fear of the unknown, eyes wide with a mixture of hope and despair. I remember Elena, her fiery spirit tethered to the city she loved, refusing to surrender to the shadows creeping ever closer. She stood on the ramparts, hair whipping violently in the wind, a defiant flame in the gathering dark. "Look," she cried, pointing towards the horizon where the first glimmers of dawn were swallowed by the encroaching storm. "We will not bow to them. We will fight." But who was she kidding? The tremors of reality gripped my heart like a vice. In that moment, I could see the Turkish army assembling like a swarm of locusts, darkening the landscape, their banners snapping in triumph. A horde, relentless, hungry, a force that knew no mercy. It was a sight that could turn even the most gallant of knights into a trembling wretch. I felt the pulse of every soldier around me, each heartbeat a ticking clock, every breath a countdown to inevitable chaos. And then there was Marcus, a soldier whose courage had once shone like a beacon. But now, doubt clung to him like a shroud. I caught him staring into the distance, eyes hollow, as if he were wrestling with demons only he could see. I remember his voice, cracking under the weight of despair. "What's the point? We've lost before we even began. I can't fight a ghost, an echo of what this city used to be." "Don't you dare say that!" I snapped, anger bubbling up like volcanic ash. "This city is alive. It breathes. We breathe. We fight, we bleed, we die," he spat back, the bitterness slicing through the air. I felt the sharpness of his words, cutting deep into my resolve, and perhaps, into my soul. The night deepened, shrouding us in a cloak of uncertainty. The sounds of preparation echoed through the streets, the clang of metal, the murmurs of prayers, the cries of children. It was a cacophony of life and death, each note a reminder of what we had to lose. I remember the weight of the armor, heavy and suffocating, as I donned the mantle of a protector. Each piece slid into place like the final puzzle, yet, in my chest, a void yawned wider. "Take heart," I whispered to Elena as we positioned ourselves along the walls, the skyline of Constantinople stretching out before us, a beauty tainted by the encroaching storm. "We will not let this city fall." I wanted to believe the words, wanted to believe that the dreams we had built would not be reduced to dust. But the dawn broke harshly, piercing through the darkness like a blade. The clangor of the first cannon fire shattered the stillness, sending tremors through the ground and straight into our bones. I remember the moment it struck, the sheer terror, the adrenaline coursing through our veins like wildfire, igniting a desperate fight within us. The first plume of smoke rose into the sky, a ghostly reminder of what was about to unfold. As the Turkish forces surged forward, their determination palpable, I felt time bend. It stretched and twisted, seconds feeling like hours as I stood rooted to that spot, breath hitching in my throat. My heart raced, matching the thunder of hooves as the enemy advanced. I turned to Marcus, who gripped his sword like a lifeline, the flicker of hope in his eyes extinguishing with every fading moment. "Do you remember the day we first entered this city?" I shouted over the din, desperate to pull him back from the edge. "The laughter, the light, the dreams we spun weaving through the streets? This city was our sanctuary. It was, and now it's a tomb," he replied, his voice heavy with a truth I dared not confront. My heart sank, a stone dropped into an abyss, the reality crashing down like a tidal wave. Elena's voice cut through my despair, fierce and unyielding. No. We will not let it become a tomb. We will become the ghosts that haunt them. We will fight. And there it was, the spark that ignited the inferno within us. We braced ourselves, the air thick with anticipation, bodies lined with the resolve that only comes in the face of annihilation. The clash of swords rang out, a symphony of chaos as our hopes clashed against the storm of fate. I remember the taste of iron on my tongue, the desperation mingling with the roar of battle. Each breath was a prayer, each cry a testament to our will. We fought, we bled, we screamed into the night, a primal dance with destiny. But as the sun began to sink, casting long shadows over the blood-soaked ground, the weight of reality crashed down once more. The walls trembled, the echoes of history whispering in my ears, taunting me with dreams of what could have been. The city was a heartbeat away from shattering, an era on the brink of extinction, and we stood there, fighting not just for our lives, but for the very soul of Constantinople. In that moment, I understood, this was not just a battle. It was the end of an era, the death of a dream, a final blow to a city that had cradled our past and now faced obliteration. I could feel the ghosts pressing closer, their whispers guiding us through the dark as the final confrontation loomed. And as I took a breath, preparing to step into the abyss, I realized that sometimes, in the face of insurmountable odds, all we have left is the fight itself. The city's heartbeat echoed in my chest, a rhythm that would not cease. I clenched my sword, ready to carve my name into the annals of history, even if it meant becoming a shadow in the twilight. And in that moment, amongst the chaos, I knew I would not go quietly. A thick fog clung to the city streets of Florence, curling around the cobblestones like a ghostly whisper, wrapping secrets in its damp embrace. The air was electric, charged with the frenzied heartbeat of a city on the brink of rebirth. In the shadow of the towering Duomo, the silhouette of Marco, a young artist, trembled as he stared at the canvas before him. It was blank. An abyss of white that mocked him, taunted him. He felt the weight of 1,000 years pressing down, the echoes of Byzantine mosaics shimmering in his mind, their haunting beauty a siren call that promised immortality, but only if he could capture it. His fingers twitched with both desire and dread. Beside him, Isabella, a scholar with ink-stained hands and a fire in her heart, rifled through ancient texts. The dim light flickered, casting eerie shadows on her delicate features, illuminating the fierce determination in her eyes. She was searching for answers, for the alchemical recipe of knowledge that could transcend epochs. The wisdom of the Byzantine Empire, draped in gold and crowned with jewels, was a tantalizing mystery, a bridge between antiquity and the dawn of a new world. "We need to harness this," she murmured, her voice crackling like dry leaves. They spoke in colors and whispers, Marco. They bled their souls into their art. But Marco's mind was a storm, clouds of self-doubt swirling inside. What if I fail? What if I am not worthy of their legacy? Shadows danced across his brow, and he clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of history move through him, relentless and demanding. Isabella, sensing the distance growing between them, stepped closer, her breath a warm presence against the chill of the night. "You won't fail. You have to believe. We are standing on the shoulders of giants, Marco." Her words, like a narcotic, seeped into his veins, igniting a flicker of hope amid the encroaching despair. But the fear clung to him like a shroud. The ghosts of Byzantium whispered warnings in the corners of his mind, of the fragility of beauty, of the sacrifices demanded by greatness. He remembered stories of fallen emperors, of a civilization that had crumbled, leaving behind nothing but echoes and dust. "You don't understand," he hissed, his voice raw. "What if I'm just a fool chasing shadows?" Isabella's eyes burned with intensity, the kind of fire that could light even the darkest corners of the soul. "We're all fools, Marco. But fools are the ones who dare to dream. Look at the remnants of their art, it's alive, isn't it? Every tile, every stroke, it tells a story that defies time." She gestured wildly, her hands painting a vivid picture of the past, a mosaic of vibrant colors that filled the air between them. "And we can tell our own. We can be the vessel for their voices." As the moon hung heavy above them, Marco's heart beat in rhythm with the city, pulsing with the promise of revival. But the specters of doubt loomed large, and he felt himself slipping, the abyss threatening to engulf him. What if the world doesn't want our art? What if it's lost amidst the echoes? Tears pricked at his eyes, betraying his vulnerability, the artist's soul laid bare before her. Then we scream. We scream until the world hears us, Isabella declared, her voice fierce, a battle cry resonating through the fog. They'll remember our names, Marco. They'll carve them into the stones of eternity, just as they did in Constantinople. Her passion ignited something deep within him, a flicker of defiance. Images of golden domes, intricate depictions of saints, and the shimmering light of candles dancing in darkened churches flooded his mind. This was not just art, this was a lifeline thrown across centuries. The city around them held its breath, as if the very bricks and mortar conspired to witness this moment, a crucible of fear and hope. The shadows shifted, revealing fleeting memories of scholars and artisans, their laughter mingling with the cries of the past. Marco felt the weight of their gaze, the burden of their legacy pressing down on him, igniting a fire deep within. He understood. Each brushstroke could be an act of rebellion against oblivion. With a sudden surge of resolve, he picked up the brush, feeling its cool weight in his hand, and for the first time, it felt like an extension of his soul. The canvas beckoned, and he stood at the precipice, heart racing. In that fevered moment, he realized the past was not a ghost to be feared, but a lover to be embraced. He was a bridge, a conduit of beauty, as much an artist as a historian, ready to weave his own narrative into the tapestry of time. But then, the weight of uncertainty crashed down again. What of Isabella? What of her dreams? Would they be cast aside as he chased his own? He turned to her, vulnerability etched into every line of his face. And what if we're wrong? What if our art is just a shadow on the wall? I remember, she whispered, stepping closer, the stories of our ancestors. I remember the beauty they wrought from chaos. We are not just artists, we are the keepers of their flame. The air thickened, a profound silence wrapping around them, holding the promise of something greater than themselves. As dawn broke over Florence, the first light spilled over the rooftops, illuminating the city with hope. The shadows lingered, but the warmth of the sun began to dissolve them, revealing a world pulsing with potential. Marco and Isabella stood together, two souls intertwined, ready to face the dawn, a new renaissance born from the ashes of the past. The ghosts of Byzantium whispered still, but now, their voices melded with the heartbeat of the living, creating a symphony that echoed through time, urging them forward. And as they breathed in the crisp air of possibility, the weight of history fell away, replaced by the exhilarating thrill of creation. They were not just artists, they were the architects of their destiny, ready to paint the world anew. The sun hung low over Constantinople, a fiery orb sinking beneath a horizon of domes and spires, casting long shadows that danced and twisted like ghosts. I stood there, heart racing, in the hushed silence of Hagia Sophia, its vastness swallowing sound, my breath a mere whisper against the cool marble. The air thick with incense, the scents wove memory into the present, a tapestry of devotion and dread. I remember the mosaic glimmering above me, the golden face of Christ, serene yet unyielding, eyeing my soul with an intensity that made me shiver. Anna was there too, her fingers trailing across the intricate patterns on the floor, each tile a fragment of lost stories, of lives woven into the fabric of this majestic space. She was searching, always searching, for meaning in the chaos of lives lived and lost, her brow furrowed, a storm brewing behind her dark eyes. They say these icons are living, she murmured, a tremor in her voice. They watch us. A shiver raced down my spine. What if they did? I could almost hear the whispers of the past, the pleas of martyrs frozen in time, their gazes heavy with secrets. Beside her, Dmitri framed the scene with his camera, capturing the ethereal light as it spilled through the windows, illuminating the dust motes like stars in a cosmos of creation. He was an artist, a dreamer lost in his own reflection, wrestling with shadows that tore at his heart. You have to believe in the beauty, Anna, he said, his voice barely breaking through the stillness. His words were a feeble shield against the darkness creeping into their lives. Even when it's hard to see. But we all knew beauty was fleeting, just like the sunlight that flickered and waned with every passing moment. As we walked deeper into the heart of the church, the echoes of centuries pressed against us, suffocating yet exhilarating. I could feel the weight of history shifting like the earth beneath my feet. I remember the stories of icons, the sacred images that held power, that could heal, curse, or condemn. They hung on walls, their eyes following you, and I wondered if they too felt the ache of time, the burden of existence. Each brushstroke whispered of devotion, yet betrayal lingered like a shadow in the corners of my mind. "Can you feel it?" Anna whispered, her voice trembling. "The weight of everything." I nodded, swallowed by a flood of emotions. The walls seemed alive, breathing in our fears and hopes, exhaling them back into the world. The thought was intoxicating and terrifying. We were mere mortals, ghosts caught in a web of sacred art and architectural brilliance. But there were cracks in our sanctuary. I could see it in Dimitri's eyes, the way they darted nervously, reflecting the flickering flame of his passion. He was fighting a battle against the ghosts of his own making, a struggle to find a place for his art in a world that demanded conformity. "What if they don't see it?" he muttered, the words laced with desperation. "What if they only see the gilded surface?" "Then we make them see," Anna replied fiercely, her voice a mixture of courage and despair. "We show them the truth behind the veil." But I could feel the tremors of doubt between us, an unspoken fear that perhaps, just perhaps, the truth was too heavy to bear. In that moment, a crack echoed through the silence, a sound that sliced through the air like a knife. I turned sharply, my heart pounding. Was it the weight of unseen eyes watching us, or the weight of our own expectations? The world outside felt distant, muffled by the stone walls that had held witness to so much. We were enclosed in a cradle of history, yet the air felt thick with anxiety, thick like the tension before a storm. We wandered toward the apse, the intricate mosaics glinting with an otherworldly light. The images of saints, their faces carved with devotion, reached out from the walls, a silent plea for acknowledgement. I could feel their sorrow, their longing, as if they too were trapped in a cycle of eternal yearning, forever gazing outward, desperate for understanding. Anna pressed her palms against the cool stone, eyes closed, as if trying to commune with the spirits held within. "Do you think they ever find peace?" she asked, and her voice was raw, a whisper that echoed against the silence. My heart ached for her, for the burden she bore, the weight of belief and doubt fighting within her. "What if we never find our voice?" Dimitri stepped closer, his fingers trembling slightly as he raised the camera again. "You're already finding it," he said softly, capturing the moment, the fragility of her hope. "Every time you speak, you're breaking the silence." But I could see the uncertainty in his eyes, the fear lurking behind that camera lens. Would he find his voice too, or would he remain forever an observer, forever trapped in the shadows of other stories? I remember the flicker of candle flames, the dancing light casting eerie shadows that twisted and turned, echoing our own inner turmoil. The weight of the past pressed down on us like a shroud, and I found myself grappling with the enormity of our legacy, an inheritance of beauty tinged with heartbreak. Each mosaic, each icon, was a testament to the struggles of those long gone, a reflection of our own fragile existence hanging in the balance. As the shadows deepened, I felt the walls close in around us. The echoes of our breath mingled with the whispers of the past, and I realized we were part of something larger, something eternal. The icons watched, the architecture soared, and the weight of our fears threatened to pull us under. I could sense the crisis looming, a confrontation with our own ghosts, our truths unwilling to remain hidden. "Stay with me," Anna pleaded, her voice cracking, and I felt the tremor of her heart against mine. The distance between us narrowed, the air charged with an electricity that crackled and sparked. "Whatever happens, don't let go." And in that moment, under the gaze of countless saints and the weight of centuries, we stood together, a trio woven into the very fabric of this sacred space. The legacy of Byzantine art surrounded us, demanding to be acknowledged, and our lives, our fears, and dreams, became threads in the grand tapestry of human experience. As the final rays of sunlight slipped away, plunging us into twilight, I could almost hear the rush of time, the ticking of moments passing, an inexorable march toward an unknown future, the next chapter waiting to unfold, timeless yet fleeting. The confrontation was coming, the shadows thickening, But amid the uncertainty, one truth remained: we were alive in this moment, and the echoes of our lives would resonate through the ages, just as the icons did, haunting, beautiful, and utterly human. A bell tolls in the silence, reverberating through the narrow streets of a city crumbling beneath the weight of its own history. The clang echoes like a heartbeat, a frantic pulse beneath the cobblestones where generations have walked, whispered, shouted. I stand in the shadows, cloaked in the chill of twilight, as the air thickens with a storm of voices, ancient Greek, Latin, whispers of a once glorious past, now lost. Evangelos, my friend, stands beside me, his breath shallow, eyes wide like a child caught in a thunderstorm. He's a scholar, a dreamer, yet the weight of the world bends his shoulders. He grips a fraying scroll, trembling like a leaf clinging to a branch in a tempest. Can you feel it? He whispers, voice barely audible, as if the very air might shatter under the intensity of his question. The language is dying, and with it, our story. I remember the night he first found the scroll, hunched over dusty tomes, his fingers trembling with excitement, the thrill of discovery radiating from him. But now, that same discovery feels like a curse. Greek, the language that echoes through the corridors of time, the one that once carried the weight of philosophy, poetry, the wisdom of Socrates, now teeters on the brink of oblivion. It's like watching a lover slip through your fingers, isn't it? I venture, my voice low, haunted by the palpable fear that grips us both. The moon rises, casting long shadows that intertwine with our memories, and I remember Helena. Her laughter once filled the halls of our shared dreams, a siren call of hope against the backdrop of a city steeped in decay. She was vibrant, a living tapestry of words and ideas, her passion burning brighter than the flickering candles that lit our late-night discussions. But now, she walks in silence, trapped in a world that no longer understands her tongue, the language of her heart. Where is she now? Evangelos asks, his gaze piercing through the darkness, seeking answers in the twilight haze. I want to tell him she's out there, fighting against the tide, but the truth clogs my throat like ash. She's lost, somewhere between the past and the present, a ghost haunting the remnants of our once vibrant city. I remember the way she'd speak of the beauty of ancient words, how they would roll off her tongue, rich like honey, sticky with meaning and emotion. Words are alive, they breathe, she'd insisted, eyes aflame with fervor. Each syllable is a pulse, coursing through our veins. But now, the words have grown faint, like the echo of a dream slipping away at dawn. In the marketplace, the ghosts of our ancestors hover, their faces etched with sorrow, their voices woven into the tapestry of our lives. Remember, they whisper, the past is not dead, it lives in the marrow of our bones. And yet, all around me, people barter in a different language, trading in the commonplace, the mundane, while the beauty of Greek slips silently into the abyss. Evangelos clenches the scroll. We must fight for it, he pleads, his voice rising like a phoenix desperate to soar. We can't let it fade. We must revive it. We must revive what? I interrupt, my heart pounding with the weight of despair. A language that no one speaks? A memory that has lost its footing in the present? It's like trying to hold water in your hands. It slips away, no matter how hard you grasp. He flinches, a flash of pain in his eyes. But to let it go, to allow it to wither, is to erase who we are. It's to forget the beauty, the knowledge, the very essence of our existence. And he's right. I can feel the truth like a knife, sharp and unforgiving. The weight of history bears down on us, chains of expectation and longing, and the spectre of Helena dances just beyond our reach. The city's pulse quickens, a frantic whisper of memories. I see her silhouette in the shadows, her spirit entwined with the very stones of this ancient place. Do you remember the time we debated Plato under the stars? Evangelos's voice softens. Helena argued the nature of reality as if she were a goddess descended upon us, and we were mere mortals, drinking in her wisdom. Yes, I murmur, the memory glowing like embers in my heart. Her laughter, lilting and joyous, even as she spoke of despair. She wove dreams from words, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. The wind howls through the alley, a mournful cry, and I feel the weight of time pressing down, heavy as stone. We can't let her ghost fade, I whisper, heart racing. We owe it to her, to the language, to fight back against the silence. Then let's do it. Evangelo shouts, the fire igniting in his voice once more. We gather the people, reignite the passion. We make them remember. But the city responds only with echoes, hollow and mocking. The shadows stretch, and time unfurls like an unrolling scroll, revealing fragments of a forgotten world. In that moment, I feel the history coursing through our veins, every heartbeat resonating with the language of our ancestors. I remember the faces of scholars, the glow of candlelight illuminating scrolls filled with hope, wisdom, and love. But now, the streets are empty, the voices silenced by the march of time. Together, we must revive the heartbeat of Greek, I say, my voice trembling with urgency, the embers of determination igniting our resolve. We must be the guardians of our past. But as we look around, the weight of the city presses down, an ancient beast, sleeping, yet restless. The shadows whisper warnings, secrets hidden in the folds of history, thickening the air with tension, urging us on, pulling us deeper into the abyss of our fears and dreams. And so we stand, two souls against a tide, clutching fragments of a language, a lifeline thrown into the swirling darkness of time. The moon reflects our desperation, illuminating the path ahead, where the echoes of Greek beg to be heard once more. Can we resurrect a language from the ashes? Can we breathe life into the fading embers of our culture? The answer hangs in the air, heavy and electric, as we prepare to confront the ghosts of our history, locked in an eternal struggle to reclaim our voice in a world that seeks to silence us. The bell tolls again, and I feel the pulse of time quicken, calling us forward. We step into the darkness, ready to fight for the echoes of our dreams. The night is pregnant with possibilities, and the city, alive with history, holds its breath as we prepare to unleash a storm of language, love, and passion, unwavering and unapologetic. A shadow flickers across the dimly lit bazaar of Constantinople, where the air thrums with the scent of spices, a cacophony of voices mingling like a riotous symphony. In this moment, time collapses, a collision of worlds. I stand on the threshold, feeling the weight of history pressing against my chest, an echo of what once was and what could be. In the heart of this city, the Crusaders have come, swords gleaming in the midday sun, their eyes filled with the fire of conquest. Panic crackles like static, and I can almost taste the iron tang of fear in the air. I remember the way Aisha's hands trembled as she clutched her father's old scrolls, the very ones that had bridged the wisdom of the ancients, the very ones that spoke through time. They won't understand, she whispered, moments before the world outside erupted into chaos. Her father had seen both the rise of empires and the fall of dreams, but as she gazed into the eyes of the invaders, uncertainty twisted in her stomach like a serpent. Would they see the beauty of her culture or just a trophy to claim? Would they understand that knowledge is a delicate dance, not a conquest? And then there was Alexios, his brows furrowed like thunderclouds. We are not just walls and towers, he spat, the anger in his voice punctuated by the clang of metal on metal as soldiers clashed. The Byzantines had an elegance, a tragic nobility, but it felt like sand slipping through his fingers. They think of us as relics, he said, as if he were trying to convince the very heavens. But we are alive, we breathe, and we create. He stood tall, but even the strongest of men can feel the earth tremble beneath them when the winds of war blow fiercely, and Alexios felt that tremor deep within his bones. I remember the moon hanging low, casting an eerie glow over the blood-stained streets. Aisha, her eyes wide with fear, turned toward me, a silent plea forming on her lips. What do we do? She breathed, her voice a fragile thread in the storm of shouting men and clanging swords. In that moment, the future felt like a ghost, haunting yet elusive, slipping away just as quickly as it arrived. In the shadows, I could hear the whispers, echoes of scholars debating the philosophies of Aristotle and Avicenna, the melding of ideas, each word a bridge spanning the chasm of faith, a thread tying the two worlds together even as swords clashed. You see, Aisha said, her voice trembling with passion, the beauty lies in our differences. The Islamic world has given us so much, mathematics, astronomy. We share the same stars. But how do you explain that under the weight of swords and shields? The vastness of knowledge felt like a burden, and she knew it. The clash of steel rang in the air like a funeral bell, and Alexios felt the burden of heritage pressing down on his shoulders as if he were carrying the weight of 1,000 forgotten dreams. He lunged forward, fear giving him wings. "We will not be silenced," he roared, but even as the words burst from him, doubt coiled around his heart like a vine. Was it bravery or folly? Was he merely a moth drawn to the flame, knowing the heat would consume him? Time stretched like the threads of a tapestry, fraying at the edges. I could see Aisha pulling Alexios back, her strength both a shield and a chain. "We must find a way to communicate," she urged. "Not all of them want war. Some seek knowledge, just as we do." But the tension wrapped around us like a choking fog, each breath a reminder that the world was not ready to listen. How many times had empires crumbled, not due to bloodshed but due to the refusal to embrace the unknown? Aisha's heart raced in her chest, a wild drumbeat that seemed to echo the cries of both her ancestors and the invaders. Night fell like a shroud, heavy with the whispers of the past. Shadows danced along the walls, and I could see flickers of hope reflected in Aisha's eyes. "Even in war, art survives," she said, her voice a soft ember in the gathering darkness. "It's what makes us human." But how could art survive in a world of chaos? Would her paintings, her poetry, ever escape the clutches of grief? I felt the weight of her words, the delicate balance of creation and destruction, of dreams and nightmares. As the dawn broke, a fragile silence enveloped the city, the sun's rays piercing through the remnants of conflict like a prayer. Aisha stood at the window of her father's study, staring out at the horizon where the two worlds met. "I refuse to let our culture be defined by violence," she declared, a fierce light igniting in her chest. But was that enough? The tension was a taut string ready to snap, one wrong note, and the symphony would dissolve into chaos. Alexios, too, wrestled with his demons. "What if they take everything we've built?" he asked, the vulnerability in his voice cracking like glass. "What if our stories drown in their blood?" He stood at the crossroads of fear and hope, longing for a way to chart a course toward a future where both worlds could thrive, a dream that felt both magnificent and utterly impossible. I remember the moment their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them, a flicker of possibility. In that fleeting instant, the divide between Byzantium and the Islamic world seemed to blur, and all that remained was the shared heartbeat of humanity. Could they find a way to weave their cultures together, to create something beautiful from the ashes of conflict? Could they let their art and knowledge dance in the twilight, unchained and free? As they turned away from the window, the past and future surged like a tidal wave, crashing against their hearts. All at once, the world outside erupted again, a reminder that hope is often a fragile thing, easily extinguished. But even in that moment of despair, Aisha and Alexios held on, fighting not just for their cultures but for each other, knowing that the greatest battles are often fought within. And so the sun rose, heralding a new day, each ray a chance to connect, a glimmering promise that echoed through the ages. The threads of knowledge and culture wove themselves tighter, binding the fates of two worlds together, even as the war drums beat in the distance. It was a night draped in silence, where shadows crept like whispered secrets through the dim halls of the great library of Constantinople. Candle flames flickered, their light dancing nervously against the looming darkness, casting grotesque shapes on the stone walls. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling the weight of centuries resting on my shoulders, the remnants of ancient wisdom crackling in the air like static before a storm. Echoes of the past lingered, and I remembered, oh, how vividly I remembered, the urgency of preservation, the agony of loss. Basil, a wiry scholar with ink-stained fingers and wild, tousled hair, frantically flipped through pages of crumbling manuscripts, his eyes alight with desperation. "If we don't save this," he gasped, voice trembling, "we lose everything." I could sense the tremors of his soul, the way knowledge clung to him like a lover's embrace, intense, intoxicating, perilous. He pored over texts that spoke of the stars, of philosophy, of ancient civilizations that once thrived like sunflowers reaching for the sky. Each word was a pulse, a heartbeat, and in that moment, it felt like the universe itself had come to a standstill, waiting to see if he could fend off the encroaching darkness. Mara stood beside him, her brow furrowed in concentration. She was a woman of strength, yet her heart betrayed her, it ached for a world that seemed to slip further away with each passing moment. I watched her, caught between admiration and sorrow, as she clutched a tattered scroll to her chest, the weight of centuries resting in her delicate grip. "But what if it's already too late?" she whispered, the tremor in her voice slicing through the stillness like a blade. "What if they come for us, for all of this?" Her fears were a mirror to my own, reflecting a painful truth: knowledge is fragile, a mere flicker in the vastness of time. Outside, the city buzzed with life, unaware of the storm brewing within its ancient walls. The night held its breath, a pregnant pause before chaos. Basil's desperation ignited a fire within me, a fiery yearning to protect what we had left, to keep the flames of intellect burning amidst the encroaching shadows of ignorance. "We must keep writing," I urged, the urgency of my words hanging heavy in the air. "We must recreate what we've lost, stitch the torn fabric of our history back together, even if it's threadbare." But as I spoke, doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. How could we, mere mortals, hope to fight back against time? Against the weight of a world that thrived on destruction? Mara's eyes glistened, shimmering pools of fear and ferocity. "Do you think they know?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. "What we're doing in here?" I remembered the stories I'd heard, tales of scholars disappearing in the dead of night, shadows swallowed by the darkness like whispers swept away by the wind. I thought of the burning libraries of the past, the screams of knowledge extinguished, and felt a chill creep up my spine. "They'll come," I murmured, lost in the swirling fog of my thoughts. "They always do." The echoes of footsteps rang out in the distance, rhythmic, purposeful. Basil's fingers stilled, and Mara's breath caught in her throat. We exchanged a glance, a silent pact forged in the furnace of fear. We couldn't allow the knowledge to vanish. It was our duty, our obsession, our madness. We were the ghosts of the past, dancing on the precipice of oblivion, and the weight of that responsibility pressed down on us like a leaden cloak. Time twisted and turned around us, each second stretching into eternity. I felt as if I were caught in a web, each thread a piece of knowledge, a fragment of history woven into a tapestry that was both beautiful and terrifying. "You know," I said, trying to ease the suffocating tension, "they bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy." The dark humor slipped out, a desperate attempt to lighten the air, but it landed like a stone in the stillness. But then, a soft laugh broke the tension, a fleeting glimmer that shattered the oppressive silence. It was Mara, her eyes crinkling with that rare spark of joy. "Oh, how romantic," she replied, sarcasm dripping from her words like honey. "Nothing says love like a good stench." The laughter felt like a lifebuoy tossed into the churning sea of despair, a reminder that even in the depths of darkness, there could be light. Yet, as the footsteps grew louder, that light began to flicker. Basil resumed his frantic work, and I could feel the pulse of panic coursing through the air, as palpable as a heartbeat. "We have to go," I urged, but a part of me wanted to stay, to fight, to make a stand against the encroaching shadows. Knowledge was worth dying for, wasn't it? With a swift motion, Basil rolled up the ancient scrolls, cradling them like precious relics, and I couldn't help but admire his determination. His flaws glimmered in the dim light, his obsessive drive was both admirable and reckless, a double-edged sword that could cut us all. "We can't let them take this from us," he insisted, voice fierce, and I saw in his eyes the spark of rebellion, of passion. But beneath it lay the terror of what we might lose, what we were already losing. As we fled, shadows danced at the edges of our vision, whispering promises of despair. The city pulsed around us, alive and oblivious, while we, the scholars, bore the weight of history in our hearts. The knowledge we clung to was more than just words, it was a lifeline, a flickering flame in the darkest of nights. In that moment, I understood the haunting truth of our existence. Each of us, flawed and fragile, was a guardian of the past, standing against the inevitable tide of time. And as we slipped into the night, I felt the burden of our mission wrap around us like a shroud, a promise unfulfilled, a history half remembered. The shadows stretched long, and the stars above watched silently, witnesses to our struggle, our relentless quest to preserve what it meant to be human in a world that sought to forget. And so we ran, heartbeats echoing in the stillness, each breath a step closer to salvation, or annihilation. In that moment, I knew this was not an end, merely a pause in a story that would carry on through the ages, a relentless pursuit of knowledge that defied the very fabric of time itself. The air in the dimly lit scriptorium was thick with the scent of ink and despair, hanging like an ominous shroud over the parchment spread out on the table. A flickering candle cast chaotic shadows on the walls, each flicker a heartbeat, a desperate reminder of life teetering on the brink of oblivion. In the corner, Sophia gripped her quill as if it were a lifeline, her knuckles white against the dark wood. Outside, the city of Constantinople pulsed with the distant sounds of a world at war, but inside, the silence roared louder than any battle cry. I remember the moment I realized history wasn't just dust on a shelf, she whispered, her voice barely rising above the crackle of the flame. It was a living thing, twisting and writhing, a beast that gnawed at the bones of the past. Her eyes darted to the pages before her, filled with the fevered scrawl of her thoughts, but they felt as insubstantial as smoke. Memories danced in her mind, fragments of court intrigues and whispered betrayals. Across the room, Alexios, a fellow scribe with a past shrouded in shadows, paced like a caged animal, his brow furrowed in turmoil. Each step echoed with the weight of his choices caught in the gears of a merciless machinery, grinding against the very essence of his soul. "What does it matter?" he spat, his voice rising, the passion in it raw and jagged. "What good is history when it's tainted by power? We are mere puppets, and our strings are pulled by those who'd kill as easily as they'd laugh." "I remember the day the emperor turned his back on us," Sophia replied, her heart racing, the memories of glory fading into shadows. A single moment, one choice, and everything changed. She could see it, the opulent robes, the crown that shimmered like a false dawn, the betrayal that stung deeper than any sword. The echo of that day haunted her, a specter that lurked at the fringes of her thoughts, feeding her doubts and fears. The flickering candlelight flickered against the pages, illuminating the words she had poured her soul into, tales of heroes and tyrants, love and betrayal, but none of it felt true. Each story seemed to mock her, a distorted reflection of what she had hoped to capture. They bathed once a year, she recalled with a wry smile, so romance was earthy. It was absurd, really, how the lives of these grand figures were filled with such petty, human flaws. As night enveloped the city, time seemed to stretch and warp, shadows creeping into every corner. The weight of unspoken words hung between them, stretching like thin wire, ready to snap. "Do you remember," Alexios said slowly, "the tale of Theodora? How she rose from the depths. How her past was a tapestry of sins and salvation." His voice was a low murmur, filled with a yearning that echoed in the hollow spaces of their hearts. "I remember," Sophia breathed, the memory flooding back, a woman of the night turned empress, her fierce determination carving her name into the annals of history. But even she could not escape the chains of her beginnings. "Chains," Alexios echoed, the word hanging heavy in the air. "We all wear them. Every line we write, every story told, it binds us." His eyes burned with intensity, a storm brewing beneath the surface. "But what if we choose to break free? What if we dared to rewrite the narrative?" The candle sputtered, a warning, a heartbeat fading into the night. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a gust of cold air swept through the room. A figure cloaked in shadows stood there, a messenger draped in urgency and foreboding. "The city is ablaze," he gasped, breathless, his eyes wide with terror. "The people rise against the throne." In that moment, the world outside shattered the fragile bubble they had created. The walls of the scriptorium trembled around them, as if the very stones were crying out for justice. Sophia's heart raced, blood pounding in her ears. The past was crashing into the present, and in that chaos, she felt both alive and utterly terrified. "What will we write now?" she asked, voice trembling. Alexios stepped forward, determination etching lines into his face. "We write the truth," he said, a fire igniting within him. "We give them the stories they deserve, not the ones the powerful wish to tell." "Can the truth even survive this?" she asked, heart hammering, the specter of doubt whispering in her ear. "Will we be silenced, drowned out by the roar of the mob?" "The truth is the only thing that can save us," he replied fiercely, as if summoning the weight of history itself to bolster their resolve. Without it, we are nothing but ghosts, mere shadows in the annals of time. As the cries of the people echoed through the streets, the walls around them reverberated with the pulse of history and motion, a force neither could ignore. In this crucible of chaos, Sophia felt the stirrings of something ancient, something powerful, a realization that would shape not just their lives but the very fabric of their world. I remember, she mused, eyes widening with the dawning clarity of purpose. Every word we write, the ink of our pens could ignite a revolution. In that flickering candlelight, thunderous chaos outside, the scriptorium transformed. It was no longer just a room filled with parchment and ink, it became a sanctuary of defiance, a crucible of hope. As the past collided with the present, Sophia and Alexios stood on the precipice of a story that could change everything, bound by the shared weight of their fears and dreams, ready to confront the darkness that lay ahead. And so, they wrote. They poured their hearts onto parchment, each stroke of the quill a battle cry against the silence. The flickering flame illuminated not just their words, but the shadows of their souls, revealing the fragile, raw essence of what it meant to be human, lost yet yearning, flawed yet beautiful. I remember the moment the clock struck midnight, its deep toll resonating through the damp corridors of the old courthouse, a sound heavy with history and whispers of justice long forgotten. The moon hung low, casting a pallid glow through the cracked windows, painting ghostly silhouettes of the past upon the walls. It felt as though the very air was thick with the weight of centuries, suffocating yet electrifying, a reminder that the ghosts of Byzantine law still lingered, twisting through the fabric of modern legal systems like wraiths in a forgotten tapestry. Anna stood at the threshold, heart racing, her hand trembling as it brushed against the cold stone. What would her father think? The stern voice of her late father echoed in her mind, a relentless metronome of judgment. Law is order, order is peace. But what did that mean when the blocks of law felt more like stones thrown into a churning sea, the waves crashing over the ideals he had instilled in her? Across the room, Marcus fidgeted, his eyes darting as if each shadow held a dagger, ready to pierce through the veil of his doubts. He was a public defender, the kind of man who fought for the underdog but felt trapped in a system ripe with corruption. I can't let them lock away another innocent soul, he murmured, his voice laced with desperation, yet touched by the absurdity of a world where law often felt like a game played by the wealthy. But what if I lose? What if I fail? Then we'll fail together, Anna whispered, though her heart raced with fear. She had come to this desolate courthouse not just to challenge the echoes of the past but to challenge herself, to confront the legacy of Byzantine law that had shaped their very existence. The same laws that had decreed punishment for betrayal and treason, that had carved out the distinctions between justice and revenge. It was here, in this cavernous room, that she felt the weight of centuries pressing upon her shoulders, the silence almost deafening in its intensity. Do you feel it? Marcus's voice broke through her reverie, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the ancient scrolls lining the walls, relics of a time when the emperor was both judge and jury. The absurdity of it all? We're standing on the shoulders of giants, yet they're all just ghosts. I can't escape them, Anna replied, her voice quivering with the intensity of her emotions. They shape the very laws I'm trying to champion. The Codex Justinianus. The 12 Tables. They were meant to bring order, but are we just prisoners of their design? She reached for a dusty manuscript, its pages yellowed with age, ink fading like memories half remembered. Look, she said, her voice rising in fervor, look at how they sought to govern the ungovernable, how they tried to impose order upon chaos. Can we ever truly break free? Marcus leaned closer, his breath warm against the chill of the room. You're lost in the past. We can't be haunted by ancient ghosts forever. We're here to make a difference. Are we? Anna shot back, her frustration bubbling over. We're just cogs in a wheel, shifting the weight of Byzantine ideals into a new era. But what if the wheel is broken? What if this law we cling to is just a facade? Just then, the door creaked open, and an elderly figure entered, the judge, a living relic draped in a robe that seemed to swallow the light. His eyes, sharp and penetrating, seemed to slice through the tension. Justice has a price, he intoned, voice echoing off the walls like the toll of the clock. And those who dare question it may find themselves shackled by the very chains they seek to break. Anna's heart raced, every word a lash against her resolve. She wanted to scream, to protest against the absurdity of a system where the innocent often languished while the guilty walked free, but the power of his presence held her captive. "Do you see?" Marcus whispered, a mixture of fear and awe in his voice. "This is the weight we bear. The ghosts of the past, the echoes of Byzantine law, it's all around us." "I remember," Anna said, her voice barely above a whisper, "the stories my father told me. Of women accused of witchcraft, of men lost to the whims of a ruler's decree. The law was supposed to protect, but it became a weapon." With a shuddering breath, she stepped toward the judge, her spine straightened by a newfound determination. "We can rewrite these stories. We can challenge the narratives that have bound us for too long." Marcus's gaze met hers, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of his uncertainty. "Together." The judge's laughter rang out like thunder, shaking the very walls. "Together? You think strength lies in numbers? The law is a fickle mistress, and she does not care for your ideals." But in that moment, her pulse quickened. She was standing at the precipice, ready to leap into the unknown. The memories of her father, of Byzantine law, of the pain inflicted by the weight of centuries, all of it surged through her, igniting a fire within. "We will rise," she declared, each word a battle cry, echoing through the hollowed space. "We will not be silent." And in that silence, as the old courthouse held its breath, she could feel the walls around them tremble, not from the weight of history, but from the promise of change, a future that could be forged anew, where justice could rise from the ashes of the past. Time seemed to bend, the clocks ticking a heartbeat away from oblivion. Shadows danced on the walls, mocking and beckoning. The confrontation loomed just ahead, a cauldron of emotions and ideals ready to boil over. No conclusions, no endings, only the fervent pulse of law's evolution, a transformation echoing through time. The journey was far from over, it had only just begun. The air crackled with tension, thick as the dust that hung above the stone floors of the cathedral, twisted shadows dancing in the flickering torchlight. The strains of a single voice pierced the silence, a haunting melody that spiraled upward, echoing through the arched ceilings like a cry lost in the void. Leo stood at the center of it all, his heart hammering in his chest, as if the notes themselves were trying to merge with his very soul. Something was broken within him, a rift that threatened to swallow the last remnants of his passion for music. "I remember the first time I heard that voice, a siren call wrapped in silk and sorrow. It belonged to Anna, an ethereal beauty, whose very essence seemed woven from the threads of the Byzantine tapestry itself. Her eyes shimmered like distant stars, yet the weight of her own grief anchored her to this earth. She sang to the heavens, and yet, she was shackled to the memories of her past, the haunting echoes of a family torn apart by war and betrayal, each note a testament to her loss. The cathedral loomed overhead, a silent witness to the pain of its inhabitants. I remember walking through its hallowed halls, where every corner whispered secrets of ancient traditions, the ghosts of those who had once gathered to worship. The music, oh the music! It was a living entity, breathing life into the stones, resonating with the weight of history, a blend of hope and despair. But for Leo, the beauty had become a double-edged sword, slicing through the layers of his heart, leaving wounds that festered and bled. "Why do you sing?" he had asked Anna once during a moment of vulnerability that now felt like a distant dream. "What are you trying to summon?" She had smiled, her lips curving like the crescent moon, but her eyes were stormy seas. "I sing to remember," she said softly, "and to forget." The duality of her words struck him like a bolt of lightning. How could one voice do both? He watched her now, standing at the altar, the flickering flames casting wild shadows across her face. The music enveloped her, wrapping her in an embrace that both comforted and tormented. As she sang, her eyes fluttered closed, and for a moment, she wielded the power of the cosmos. She was a conduit, channeling the agony of the world into something transcendent, yet Leo could see the cracks in her porcelain facade. The pain was not just in her voice, it was etched into her very being, a specter that haunted her every waking moment. And then there was Marcus, a once celebrated composer now reduced to a bitter ghost of himself, lurking in the periphery. He was Leo's mentor, a man who had once filled the air with laughter and joy, now a shadow draped in regret. Each note he penned was a plea, a desperate grasp at fleeting glory, but all Leo could hear was the resonance of his despair. Marcus had poured his soul into every composition, and yet, he had become a prisoner of his own creations, shackled by the weight of expectations that had long since crushed him. I remember the way he looked at Anna, a mixture of admiration and envy swirling in his gaze. Every note she sang was a reminder of what he had lost. His fingers twitched at his side, wanting desperately to join in, to create something that could bridge the chasm of time and grief that separated them. But fear held him back, fear that the music would crumble under the weight of his insecurities, fear that he wasn't enough. "Leo," Marcus said one evening, his voice like gravel as he leaned against the cold stone wall, "music is life, distilled into sound. But sometimes, it becomes a noose around our necks. You must learn to cut the rope." I remember nodding, though the thought terrified me. Cutting the rope? What if the music was all we had? In that moment, the cathedral felt like a tomb, each echo a reminder of lives and dreams entombed in history. I wished to scream, to unleash the agony trapped in my chest, but the walls absorbed my pain, rendering it silent, an unacknowledged sorrow. The night fell heavier, the shadows lengthening as Anna's voice rose to a crescendo, trembling with emotion. She poured every ounce of her being into the melody, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to twist and warp, the past colliding with the present. I felt the weight of centuries on my shoulders, the whispers of long-dead composers urging me to join her, to create something that could resonate through time. But doubt clawed at me, a beast that fed on my fears. "Will you sing with me?" Anna's voice, a soft plea, broke through my thoughts. I stood frozen, the weight of her gaze like a physical force. I wanted to say yes, to step into the light with her, but the shadows clung to me, whispering lies of inadequacy. I remembered the way she had looked at Marcus when he played his best, the way her face had lit up as if he were the very sun. I felt small, insignificant, a mere shadow of the artist I yearned to be. Then Marcus, his hands trembling, stepped forward, interrupting the moment. "Don't sing with her," he rasped, pain lacing his words like poison. "You'll drown in her light, and she'll lose herself in the dark." The words hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension crackling between us like the dark clouds before a storm. Anna's eyes darted between us, confusion swirling within them like a tempest. I whispered, my voice cracking, I remember the first time I felt music weave through my bones. It was like tasting the sky for the first time. But now, the taste was bitter. Marcus, once my guiding star, now a black hole of despair, tugged at my heart. And Anna, radiant yet tortured, stood at the edge of something profound, teetering between flight and plummet. The cathedral echoed with an aching silence, the very stones vibrating with unvoiced emotions, the air thickening with unresolved tension. Each heartbeat became a countdown, a moment suspended in time that threatened to shatter with the next breath. The music, once a bridge, now felt like a chasm, a divide that threatened to consume us. I had to choose, we all did. Would I let the music drown me, or would I find a voice strong enough to rise above the chaos? Would we stand together, or would we fall apart, lost to the darkness of our fears and regrets? As the last note of Anna's haunting song lingered in the air, I felt the world shift. Time hung heavy, a pendulum suspended in a moment etched forever in memory. Would I step forward, or would I retreat into the shadows? The answer lay in the music, waiting to unfold. The sun hung low over the city, a blood-orange or bleeding warmth into the cold stone streets of Byzantium. The air crackled with tension, a living thing, as if the very walls of the city were holding their breath. I stood there, heart hammering, watching the shadows stretch and twist like desperate fingers reaching for something just out of grasp. They say history is written by the victors, but in this moment, it felt like the past was clawing its way back, demanding to be acknowledged, to be remembered. "Run, Helena!" A voice split the silence, sharp as glass. My brother, Alexios, his face pale with fear, eyes wide and frantic. I could see the pulse in his throat, a metronome counting down the moments before everything erupted into chaos. The marketplace, usually a vibrant tapestry of trade and chatter, had turned into a stage for a tragedy. Merchants scrambled. Bread loaves flew as men dodged and rushed, their faces a mess of confusion and terror. I remember the taste of fear, the metallic tang that clung to the back of my throat. My heart raced as I felt the weight of the city's history pressing down on me like a tangible cloak, heavy with secrets and blood. Byzantium, with its strategic location bridging continents, stood at a crossroads of empires. But at what cost? The ghosts of long-dead rulers whispered in my ear, their ambition echoing through the ages, a haunting reminder of what was lost and what was at stake. Helena. Alexios's voice trembled, dragging me back to the present. I shook off the darkness, focusing on him. He was always the brave one, the protector. But now, I saw the cracks in his facade, the fear threatening to shatter his resolve. I wanted to laugh, to tell him everything would be fine, but there was a bitter laugh lodged deep in my throat. The city's beauty, its soaring domes and intricate mosaics, mocked the madness unfolding beneath them. Where do we go? My voice was barely a whisper, but it felt like the weight of 1,000 decisions hung in the air, hanging by a thread. The harbor was a siren's call to safety, but the streets were alive with chaos, the cries of the innocent mingling with the shouts of soldiers. The sea's lapping waves promised escape, but what lay beyond those waters? Behind us, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, eyes glinting like daggers in the dark. It was Demetrios, the jaded merchant who saw the world in numbers and profit, but now wore desperation like a second skin. You must understand, this city is not just stone and mortar, it is ambition incarnate. To control Byzantium is to hold destiny in your hands, but it is drenched in blood. His words dripped with a heavy truth, and I could see it, the weight of countless sacrifices, the tears shed by those who dared to dream. I remember the stories my mother told me, tales of empires rising and falling like the tide. Remember, my dear, she would say, her voice a lullaby against the night, the world is a chessboard. Every piece has its place. But what about the pawns? The ones sacrificed for the sake of kings? The heartache squeezed my chest, a tightening coil, as I realized the truth behind her poetic words. We were all players in a game that felt rigged from the start. Helena. Alexios's voice was firm, breaking through my spiraling thoughts. We have to make a choice. Now. His hand found mine, and I could feel the warmth of his determination seep into my skin. It ignited the fading embers of my own hope. In that moment, I saw a path ahead. A way through the chaos, a route that would take us to the harbor where the ships bobbed, waiting like restless beasts. But each step felt like a betrayal of the city that cradled our lineage, of the ghosts who lingered in the corners of my mind. Demetrios, what of the others? I asked, my voice trembling, battling the urge to look back. The faces of those we left behind clawed at my conscience. What will happen to them? His laughter chilled me, a sound that felt out of place amid the rising panic. Survival is not guaranteed, my dear. His eyes glinted, shadows playing tricks. Those who cannot keep up with the tides of power will drown. This city devours the weak. The words burned in my chest, but I couldn't let them consume me. I turned to Alexios, who met my gaze with a resolve that steadied my shaking heart. We don't leave anyone behind, I breathed, the fire igniting anew. We fight. As we plunged into the fray, the world around us morphed into a kaleidoscope of desperation and fury, the cries of the desperate, the clamor of soldiers, the clanging of metal. I could taste the salt of the sea on my lips, the promise of freedom mingling with the acrid smoke that choked the air. This was Byzantium, this beautiful, tragic city, forged from blood and struggle, a beacon of hope and despair. It was here, in the heart of chaos, that I felt truly alive, every sense heightened, every breath a testament to survival. The strategic locations, the resources that once promised prosperity, now seemed like bait in a cunning game. We pressed forward, an inseparable unit, bound by blood and the weight of choices yet to come. The shadows danced around us, taunting, whispering of destiny and doom. But I could feel it, the pulse of the city beneath my feet, a living organism, breathing, alive. In this moment, I realized, history was not just a tale of victors, it was the symphony of the human spirit, fighting against the inevitable tide. And all I could do was cling to the hope that our voices would rise above the din, that we would not be mere whispers in the annals of time. As we surged toward the harbor, a sanctuary painted against the storm, my heart thudded in time with the chaos around us, every beat a promise, every breath an act of defiance. There was no turning back now. The wind howled through the narrow streets of the town, a restless spirit clawing at the doors of every home. It was the kind of night that made shadows stretch like secrets, whispering of things left unsaid. I could still hear the echo of the call to arms, an uneasy sound that crisscrossed the air, sharpening the tension. I stood there, heart racing, consumed by the chaos unfolding before me. Myra's hands trembled as she clutched the hilt of her dagger, her knuckles white against the dark leather. "They're coming," she whispered, voice thin and frayed, like a thread ready to snap. I could see the fear etched into her features, each crease on her brow a testament to the choices that had brought us here. Choices that felt infinitely heavy. Behind her eyes danced a girl who once dreamed of love and laughter beneath the sun, before the shadows of the Balkans darkened our world. I remember the lightness, the scent of wildflowers in spring that felt like endless days and endless possibilities. I remember how we ran through those fields, laughter bubbling like a stream, oblivious to the shadows gathering at the borders, the whispers of Slavs and Bulgars. But now, uncertainty lurked in the corners of our lives like a phantom. It had come for us. And there was Vlad, hunched against the wall, his face shrouded in the dark. A man with too many scars and a heart splintered by loyalty to a cause that felt increasingly futile. "They don't understand," he muttered, frustration dripping from his tongue like poison. "They only see the swords, not the blood that begs for peace." His hands shook, fingers stained with grime, each mark a reminder of the battles he had fought, not just against enemies, but against the echoing silence of his own doubts. Every heartbeat felt like a thrum in my chest, riding the swell of tension that enveloped us. Myra, with her fierce spirit, and Vlad, the brooding protector, were two sides of the same coin, each facing the impending storm in their own way. The Slavs were camped just beyond the ridge, the flickering of their campfires a siren's call to the darkness, taunting us as the night stretched endlessly. I remember the first time I saw them, shadows against the twilight, their laughter mingling with the wind. It felt innocent then, a tentative connection. They were people too, not just warriors with sharpened blades. I felt a flicker of hope, a desire for unity, but it was buried under the weight of our ancestors' grudges. Wars waged not just in the fields, but in our blood, in the air we breathed. "Can't you see?" I pleaded with Vlad, desperation clawing at my voice. "Our future depends on understanding, not violence. We can't let hatred guide us." But he shook his head, a storm brewing within him. "You don't understand, Myra. You can't change the tides of history with words. They'll come for us, just like they always have. It's instinct. It's survival." The night deepened, closing in like a shroud. Myra turned away, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "And what about us? What is survival if we lose ourselves in the process?" I reached for her, heart hammering with a mix of fear and love. "We can be better. We must be." And then the sky split open with a roar. The ground shook beneath us as torches flicked to life, illuminating the faces of the approaching Slavs. I could see the glint of their weapons, a reflection of our own. Fear, raw and furious, clutched at my throat. The past collided with the present, memories of our shared humanity slipping through the cracks of our fears. I could see Vlad's shoulders tense, his internal battle waging as he prepared to protect what remained. I remember the moments when fear turned to anger, when neighbors became enemies, and how quickly the world could warp with the touch of a blade. The Slavs, the Bulgars, they were not just strangers, they were echoes of our own pain, ghosts of histories intertwined. But in that moment, as the flames danced higher and shadows leapt closer, I saw a flicker of recognition in their eyes. A moment suspended in time. We were all just people, caught in a web of misunderstanding, driven by the stories we had been told. I felt a desperate urge to scream, to plead for peace amid the chaos, but words felt like fragile glass, ready to shatter under the weight of our reality. "Stand firm!" Vlad's voice cut through the tension, a battle cry that echoed against the night. I could see him summoning every ounce of strength, ready to meet the oncoming tide. But I couldn't let this be our end. "Wait!" I shouted, stepping forward, heart racing. The darkness that enveloped us felt suffocating, blurring the lines between friend and foe. I could feel the weight of their stares, the judgment hanging heavy in the air. What if we put down our weapons? What if we chose to speak? Silence crashed over us, a moment suspended in time, the air thick with uncertainty. The flicker of doubt in their eyes mirrored my own. I could see the glimmer of hesitation, as if we were all trapped in a dream, teetering on the edge of something monumental. And then, just like that, the night exploded. The crack of a sword against a shield rang out, sharp, piercing, like a scream that shattered all hope. Chaos erupted, the air thick with the taste of blood and survival. Myra surged forward, fury igniting her spirit, and Vlad followed, a silent guardian. But I hesitated. I was caught, a tether between fear and the longing for something more. In that swirling tempest, I realized, it was never just about the battles we fought with swords, it was the war waged within our hearts, the memories we'd carry long after the dust settled. As the flames flickered, illuminating the faces of the Slavs, I could see it reflected in their eyes, the same fear, the same heartbreak, the same longing for peace. In that moment, I understood, they were not the enemy, not truly. They were reflections of our own struggles, caught in the same relentless storm. And as the chaos swelled around us, I held onto that truth tighter than any blade. The night would not end here, nor would the fear. But perhaps, just perhaps, the dawn could break through the darkness, one heartbeat at a time. The candle flickered, casting dancing shadows that twisted like the restless souls of 1,000 forgotten scholars. Outside, the world shivered in the grip of an early frost as winter clawed at the city of Constantinople. But inside the workshop, the air was thick with the scent of heated wax and the metallic taste of innovation. It was a sanctuary for the brilliant but troubled minds that often found solace in the throes of their work. Instruments of science crowded the tables, remnants of ideas that could not sleep, and the whir of gears echoed like the heartbeat of a restless beast. I remember the way my heart raced that night, the thrill of sounds and scents mingling into a heady concoction of genius and madness. I wasn't just a witness, I was entangled in it. I stood shoulder to shoulder with Alexios, a man whose brilliance was shadowed by an insatiable hunger for knowledge. His eyes, bright and wild, bore the weight of 1,000 unfulfilled dreams. What if, he had whispered to me, we could harness the sun? His voice trembled with excitement, an electric charge in the dim light. But the promise of the future was always laced with the barbs of the past. I could see it in his hands, roughened and stained with ink and soot, calloused by the weight of expectations, both his and those of the world around him. I have to prove them wrong, he muttered, almost to himself. But the me was the council of scholars, a condescending assembly of men who preferred the safety of ancient texts over the dangerous allure of innovation. They scoffed at his ideas, at the fire that burned within him. Elena, the daughter of a merchant, watched from the back, her heart caught in a web of conflict. She believed in Alexios, saw the beauty in his madness. But in the same breath, she felt the tether of her reality pulling her back, the weight of familial expectations suffocating her dreams. We can change the world, Alexios, she urged, her voice a haunting melody of hope and despair. But what will it cost us? Her eyes, a mix of longing and fear, searched his face for reassurance. As the clock ticked towards midnight, the workshop dimmed into the shadows of doubt. Outside, the streets thrummed with the pulse of life. The laughter of children echoed, yet it felt like a ghostly reminder of a happiness Alexios could never grasp. His obsession consumed him, his dream spiraling into a chaotic vortex, and I felt myself caught between two impossible choices. Do you think they'll come for us? I asked, the words spilling out before I could swallow them back. It was a thought that had lingered, a fear that fluttered in the corners of my mind. The church had eyes everywhere, and heretical ideas were met with swift retribution. I shivered at the thought of the Inquisition, at the ghostly figures of those who dared to challenge the old ways. A silence fell over us, heavy and thick, as if the very air held its breath. They will come, Alexios replied, determination etched in the lines of his face. But I have to finish this. He gestured to a contraption before him, a gleaming solar reflector designed to harness the sun's rays, to create fire and light from the very heavens. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a promise of progress that felt like a ticking time bomb. Elena stepped closer, her heart racing in sympathy and fear. What if it works? What if you're right? The hope in her voice was a fragile thread, woven into the fabric of their dreams. But the question hung in the air, a shadow that threatened to snuff out the light. What if it doesn't? I whispered, and the room fell silent once more. The flickering candle seemed to dim, as if the very flames sensed the weight of our despair. In that moment, I realized we were not just inventors or dreamers, we were rebels. We stood on the precipice of history, daring to defy what had come before us. The Byzantine Empire was a tapestry of ancient knowledge, a bridge between East and West, and we were the weavers, pulling threads of science and philosophy into a new design. But every stitch came with a price. The ghosts of the past loomed over us, ancient scholars who sacrificed everything for their truths that had cost them their lives. As dawn broke, cold light spilled into the workshop, illuminating the hopes and fears etched into our faces. The world outside is dark, I said, my voice barely a whisper. It will fight back. The thought clawed at my insides, an echo of the countless who had come before us, their voices drowned out by the tide of ignorance. But Alexios's laughter rippled through the air, cutting through the tension like a blade. Let them come. We are the architects of tomorrow. His eyes blazed, fervor igniting the air between us. Let them see what we are capable of. The world needs to wake up. Elena's gaze flickered between us, torn between the fiery resolve of Alexios and the chilling reality of the past that clung to the shadows. But at what cost? She finally asked, her voice trembling. What will we lose? I felt it in my bones. The weight of history, the pressure of dreams, the suffocating fear of failure. The very walls of that workshop seemed to close in, the shadows growing longer, darker. Echoes of doubt whispered in my mind, reminding me of the countless who had dared to dream, only to be silenced. And yet, as Alexios's fervor filled the room, I felt the pull of hope overwhelm the darkness. The promise of a new dawn, where the shackles of ignorance could be shattered under the weight of knowledge. The sun was rising, illuminating the tangled web of our pasts and futures. Together, I said, my voice steady. We will light the way. And in that moment, we embraced the uncertainty, our hearts beating in rhythm with the cosmos, ready to confront the ghosts of yesterday and carve out a future that was ours. The shadows lingered, whispering their warnings, but the fire within us roared to life, determined to be heard. The workshop, once a sanctuary, now felt like a launching pad into the unknown. With every passing heartbeat, I knew we were stepping into the pages of history, unwittingly becoming part of a story that had yet to unfold, a saga of Byzantine science and technology poised to reshape the world. In the dim, flickering light of the candlelit chapel, shadows danced like tortured souls against the rough-hewn stone walls. The air was thick with incense, heavy like a secret too long buried. It clung to the back of my throat, a constant reminder that I had come here not just to pray but to confront the ghosts of my past. I remember the silence, the kind that wraps around you, whispering doubts, taunting with memories of faith and betrayal. The chapel's ancient wooden doors creaked open, and in strode Dimitri, his face a mask of desperation tinged with anger. You shouldn't be here, Elena, he spat, voice low but intense, a predator cornering its prey. His eyes were stormy, shifting with emotions that threatened to erupt at any moment. I could hear my heartbeat throbbing in my ears, a wild drum echoing the conflict between us. I have to be here, I said, taking a step toward him, my resolve wavering. They need us. The people, they're losing faith. The orthodoxy binds us, even now. But I could feel the weight of our shared histories pressing down on me, memories entwined with the church's teachings, and I wondered if what held us together could also tear us apart. In the back of my mind, I recalled the old stories my grandmother used to tell, the ones steeped in the rich, dark humor of a time when love was as earthy as the ground beneath our feet. They bathed once a year. So, yeah, romance was earthy, she would chuckle, her laughter echoing through the haze of my childhood. But this was no fairy tale. This was a nightmare wrapped in lace and blood. Faith isn't enough anymore, Dimitri said, his voice breaking, revealing the haunted boy beneath the hardened exterior. The city is changing. The whispers of heresy are louder than the prayers we mutter in the dark. His eyes bore into mine, searching for a flicker of understanding. What if the very thing that saved us becomes our undoing? The thought clawed at me. I could feel the threads of my own faith unraveling beneath the weight of his words. The night outside was alive with chaos, echoes of discontent, the pulse of a city on the brink. My soul felt tethered to that unrest, a balloon filled with air, ready to burst. In that moment, I thought of my brother, Alexei. A fervent believer when he was alive, a martyr to the cause, or so they claimed. I could still see his laugh, bright and reckless, a stark contrast to the shadows that swallowed him whole. I had watched him crumble under the weight of conviction, like a candle melting away in a storm. I remember, I whispered, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Dimitri stepped closer, his breath warm against the chill of the night. We're just shadows of what we used to be. His fingers brushed against mine, igniting a spark of electricity that coursed through me. Do you think the church can save us? Or are we just the ghosts of its grandeur, wandering in the darkness? The tension coiled between us, a taut string ready to snap. The echoes of our ancestors seemed to whisper in unison, a cacophony of hope and despair. I could almost see them, their faces fading in and out like the flickering flame of the candles. They wore crowns of glory, yet their eyes held the weight of centuries lost, dreams unfulfilled, an entire history built on the backs of those who suffered under the weight of belief. Even the most devout have their doubts, I said, my voice trembling, my heart in my throat. But what about love? What about the light in the darkness? Can't we hold on to that? Dimitri looked at me, a mix of longing and skepticism in his gaze. Love won't keep the wolves at bay, Elena. We need more than dreams and memories. We need to fight for what we believe in, or risk losing everything. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the chapel's ancient frame as if to emphasize the urgency of our words. The darkness felt alive, ever watchful, and I could sense the impending confrontation, a storm brewing not just in the city, but within us. I don't want to lose you, I whispered, feeling the gravity of my confession pull me deeper into a chasm of vulnerability. My hands trembled, raw with emotion, desperate for connection. We are bound, Dimitri. By faith, by love, by the ghosts that haunt us. Can't you see that? He stepped back, uncertainty flickering across his face. You think love alone can hold us together? Look around you. Our faith is crumbling, and soon, it will consume us. His voice rose, sharp and pained, cutting through the tension like a knife. A silence fell, heavy and suffocating. I could feel the chapel itself holding its breath, waiting. I closed my eyes, seeing not darkness, but flashes of light, memories of laughter, of belief, of warmth. I remembered the days when we danced beneath the flickering stars, our dreams soaring like the flames of the candles. With a surge of determination, I reached for him, grasping at the threads that still connected us. Together, we can fight. Together, we can keep the light alive. But the shadows loomed large, a reminder that even the brightest fire can be snuffed out in an instant. The weight of history pressed down once more, the echoes of our ancestors calling us to confront our fate. As I stood there, caught between the past and an uncertain future, I felt time stretching, warping around us like the fabric of reality itself. Each second hung heavy, filled with unspoken fears and unfulfilled desires. In that moment, I understood, every heartbeat, every breath, every whispered prayer was a plea for something greater. Something that might save us from the encroaching darkness. And as the chapel's heavy doors rattled in the wind, I knew this was only the beginning. The storm was coming, and we were caught in its eye. The clamorous bells of St. Sophia echoed through the damp, moonlit streets, each toll a haunting reminder that history doesn't forget, it demands attention. I stood there, heart racing, in the thick of a world teetering on the edge. Shadows danced widely on the cobblestones, whispering secrets to the night, secrets that clung to me, heavy as iron chains. It felt as though the specters of the past were breathing down my neck, urging me to remember. Are you even listening? The voice cut through the fog of my thoughts, fierce and relentless, Alexios, my friend, my anchor. His face bore the weight of 1,000 unvoiced fears, eyes darkened by sleepless nights. "They're coming for us, you know. The legacy of this city is written in blood and betrayal." He was trembling, but I could see the fire within. It ignited something in me, an urgency that clawed at my insides. I think of Anna. So fiercely independent, yet shackled by her own dreams. She stood at the edge of our small gathering, her fingers tapping nervously against her thigh, a metronome marking the rhythm of her anxiety. "What do you want to do, Alexios?" The tremor in her voice was palpable, as if she were teetering on the brink of a precipice. "We can't just wait here. Do you hear that?" His voice raised an octave, a desperate plea for focus. Outside, the unrest swelled like a dark tide, the shouts of the crowd lapping at the edges of our sanctuary. I felt it too, the dread, the thrill of chaos. It was intoxicating. This city has stood for 1,000 years. We can't let it crumble into dust because of a few madmen. But what did any of that mean when our hearts were heavy with the knowledge of betrayal? The whispers, oh, the whispers! They were everywhere. They seeped through the cracks in the walls, echoed in the laughter of children who knew nothing of the storm brewing just outside. "You're talking of legacy," Anna pressed, her voice steadying. "But what about us? What will we leave behind?" Blood was never just blood here, it was a tapestry woven from generations of strife, hope, and the relentless pursuit of something better. I remembered how history was painted with blood and tears, how it clung to the very essence of this city like a second skin. The Byzantines, magnificent yet flawed, had built empires on dreams while shadows loomed large at their gates, hungry for the fall. "Anna, we are the legacy," I found myself saying. "Each choice we make echoes into eternity." But even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at me. Was I merely a pawn in a greater game? The streets roared outside, an orchestra of chaos. I stepped closer to the window, my breath fogging the glass, and gazed into the tumult. The flickering torches illuminated faces twisted with anger, desperation, and a strange, fierce hope. They were all hungry for change, but could it be a change worth the cost of lives? I remembered the stories of those who had come before us, of emperors and empires crumbling under the weight of their own ambition. I remember the stories. They echoed in my mind like a haunting lullaby. "Then let's make our own story," Alexios interjected, pulling me back into the present. "We can't stand by and watch it all go up in flames." His determination was like a torch, cutting through my hesitation. "Tonight, we fight for what we believe in. For this city. For each other." I felt my heart quicken, a pulse of adrenaline surging through my veins. Yes, we would do this, not just as individuals but as a collective, a legacy forged in the fires of chaos. But that would mean facing the truth of ourselves, our weaknesses, our fears. "Will you stand with me?" Alexios' voice was fierce, unwavering. The question hung in the air, dense and electric. I looked at Anna, her face awash within a turmoil. She was wrestling with her own demons, the shadows flickering across her visage. "I can't," she whispered, a tremor in her voice. "What if we fail?" And there it was, the heart of the matter, the fear that gnawed at us all. Failure could mean death, but more than that, it could mean a legacy of despair instead of hope. I murmured, the fragments of my own doubts surfacing. I remember the legends of those who dared to dream. As the tension thickened, I felt it, a crack in the air, a shift that hinted at something inevitable. The world outside clamored, but in that moment, all I could hear was the racing of my heart, pounding like a war drum. "We have to try," I urged, though I could feel the weight of every word tightening around me, an iron noose of responsibility. The moment hung, suspended like a dark cloud pregnant with storm. Anna inhaled deeply, her eyes flashing with resolve, a flicker of the warrior within. "If we're going to do this, we do it together. No more running from the shadows." A shiver ran down my spine, not from fear but a dawning realization of our shared fate. We would rise or fall together, and in that moment, I could see the thread connecting us, fragile yet unbreakable. As the echoes of the approaching mob grew louder, we gathered our resolve, hearts beating in unison, each thud a reminder that we were alive, living within a legacy that was as much ours as it was of the past. With every heartbeat, every breath, we inched closer to a confrontation that felt preordained, the weight of history pressing down upon us like a ghostly hand. And as the first clash of metal rang in the night, I knew this was only the beginning. The tale of Byzantium would reverberate long after our voices fell silent, a poignant reminder that in the end, all legacies are built on the fragile foundations of love, courage, and the eternal struggle against the shadows.